Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, guests, dear colleagues, friends, welcome to this high-level symposium on decent work and responsible event hosting in women's sport, co-organized by the International Labour Organization, the Swiss government, and the Office Center for Sports and Human Rights, and the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. My name is Yukiko Arai. I'm the Deputy Director of the ILO Sectoral Policies Department. The Sectoral Policies Department is proud to co-organize this event together with the Center and our partners. Sports as an enabler to advance sustainable development and decent work has become an important sectoral focus of our department and the ILO as a whole. And we are delighted today to be able to have this event in the context of this exciting UEFA Women's Championship going on right now. I'm especially pleased to have learned that the official match ball being used in this tournament were produced in Sialkot, Pakistan, where I also personally managed an ILO project that forged a partnership approach to advancing decent work through social dialogue. I wish to share also that the majority of these proud workers who have been engaged in the manufacturing of these official match balls are women. Well, the decent work dimension of sport work was also an important part of the organization of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics and Paralympics Games, to which I also had the privilege of contributing. First, as the Director of International Relations of the Tokyo 2020 Bid Committee, and subsequently being responsible for the implementation of a Memorandum of Understanding between the ILO and the Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee. Now, before passing on the floor to our distinguished speakers to kick off this conference with the welcoming remarks, I have some short practical information, more information to follow after the opening session. Live interpretation will be available in English, Spanish, and French during the event, both in this room as well as online. As a reminder, an agenda and schedule for the day, as well as relevant speakers for each panel, are available on the Center for Sports and Human Rights website. So please find the link in the relevant page in your confirmation email. We will also be using the Slido for the room to ask questions later in the program and explain to you how it works. And today's event will be filmed to allow participants online to listen to the panel via Zoom. Now it's my great pleasure to hand over to Mary Harvey, our co-organizer. She's the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Sports and Human Rights, to officially open today's symposium. Mary, if I may introduce you, Mary is a lifelong advocate for sport at the service of social impact. Before joining the center as its first CEO, Mary worked in the corporate sector as a management consultant for 10 years before holding numerous senior leadership positions in sport, including in FIFA, US soccer, and within professional sport. She's also a member of the successful United States 2026 Big Team. Mary worked with the stakeholders to write the human rights strategy. A former US international, Mary enjoyed an 8-year career with the US women's national soccer team, winning the inaugural FIFA Women's World Cup in 1991 and the Olympic gold in 1996. I happened to be in Atlanta during the games, and I've seen her with the gold medal. Her successful career earned her induction into the US National Soccer Hall of Fame, class of 2025. So with this, I hand over to Mary. Over to you.
Okay. I'm so excited for today. Today's event will look at how working conditions in women's sport are changing. And we're going to be tackling topics such as risks in international competitions, the growth of professional leagues, and how to create fair, safe, and supportive environments for everyone involved. While the event will focus primarily on football, I mean, we are in the margins of the Euros right now. It will also include representation from other women's sports disciplines. We acknowledge that certain aspects may be specific to football, right, given where we are and what's happening, and may not directly apply to other sports. We also acknowledge that the majority of our speakers and participants are joining us primarily from specific geographic regions. And there is both online and in person today in the auditorium, there is a high percentage of European viewers. However, we hope this dialogue will serve as an opportunity to share good practices, draw inspiration across disciplines, and encourage further reflection and collaboration. Let us remember that this event is an opportunity for frank dialogue, but that we must all work together to create a safe and respectful space for constructive and courageous conversations. And this is something that's very, very important to the center, that we hold that safe space. We invite all participants and attendees to speak and engage with care, being conscious of how their words and behavior may affect those around them. And if you've played team sports, you know that what you say and what you do affects not just you, but everybody else with you. We, of course, have a zero tolerance policy for hate speech, discrimination of any kind, and harassment or intimidation. We also recognize that conversations and topics addressed today may be of a sensitive and distressing nature. Content shared may include descriptions of harassment, discrimination, violence, abuse, or exploitation, and it may affect us in unanticipated ways. If at any point you feel you need to leave, please feel free to do so. A self-care guide is accessible on the center's event webpage, which is available in your confirmation email. But in addition to that, the ILO Staff Welfare Officer, Ms. Daniela Menez, is available during the event to provide emotional support and psychological first aid if needed. A quiet room is also available for anyone who would wish to use it. You can refer to our staff, and my staff, can you just raise your hands over there, any one of them, to guide you if you would like this support. It is now my great honor to welcome the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Turk, the Assistant Director General of the ILO, Beata Andries, the Head of the Peace and Human Rights Division, Mr. Tim Enderlin, and our Chair, Honorary Chair of the Center for Sport and Human Rights, Dr. Epsi Campbell-Barr, the Honorary Chair of the Center for Sport and Human Rights. And with that, I am now very pleased to welcome the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Turk. Thank you very much.
Really great to be back at the ILO and to be here on such an important topic together with the Center for Sport and Human Rights, which is really very important, and I congratulate you on this week and on the reflections and bringing together the different worlds, human rights, labor standards, ILO, the ILO world, and of course the sport world, and very happy to do it, of course, in our host country, Switzerland, with the participation of the Swiss government. And I should also mention, of course, Dr. Epsi Campbell, who has been working with the human rights world for many, many years, especially on anti-racism, people of African descent, and so forth. And very happy to be here. The excitement around the UEFA Women's Euro here in Geneva is palpable. In fact, as I understand it, Norway is playing Italy tonight, and I'm sure many of us will be watching. In recent years, women's sport, from football to tennis to swimming to cycling to basketball and beyond, has reached record levels of visibility and global attention. In fact, women's sport can also help drive our economies, as 2 billion people watched the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023. it contributed nearly $1.9 billion to the global GDP. The rising global attention is also prompting important discussions on power dynamics, stereotypes, and inclusion in sport, because the playing field is still far from the level. There is a stark gender pay gap in sport. According to FIFA, the average female player earns just $10,900 per year, with top-tier clubs paying an average of some $24,000. By contrast, male professional football players earn an average salary of around $1.8 million in the top-tier clubs. Without a stable income, women are forced to take other jobs, leaving them with less time and energy to focus on training and improving. And I think when we hear about the gender pay gap more generally within labor standards more generally, I think it is particularly significant in the sports world. Women are significantly underrepresented in leadership of clubs, of sports federations and governing bodies. According to a 2023 survey, women chaired only 3 of the 31 largest international federations. Maternity leave, which is essential to many women embarking on an athletic career, is frequently overlooked in women's sports, holding women athletes back and forcing them to take up alternative employment. Compared to their male counterparts, women athletes often receive fewer opportunities and considerably less media attention. LGBTIQ+ women, women wearing headscarves, women from marginalized racial or ethnic groups, and women with disabilities face ongoing discrimination in sport, often with little place to turn for redress. Certain eligibility regulations force or pressure women athletes to go through invasive tests and take medically unnecessary treatment, or else be excluded from women's sports. Women athletes from sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia have been disproportionately affected. Women athletes of African descent, especially those in the public eye, are often targeted for discrimination, hate speech and abuse online and offline, and even violence rooted in sexist, racist, and colonial narratives. Later this month, we will mark the first International Day of Women and Girls of African Descent, which I hope will be an opportunity to draw attention to these challenges. Distinguished participants, collectively, we need to dismantle the barriers and patriarchal attitudes that are limiting women's progress in sport. Instead, we need to build up a world of sport in which women and girls, in all their diversity, are equally valued, visible, and paid. And it is clear that states have the primary responsibility to make this a reality. This includes adopting comprehensive anti-discrimination laws and policies, collecting data that is disaggregated by race or ethnic origin, by sex, gender, age, and other factors, can also help capture intersecting forms of discrimination and inform responses. States need to adopt targeted measures to prevent violence and harassment in sport and ensure that cases are investigated and perpetrators brought to justice. They also need to invest in sports education for girls, a key goal for advancing gender equality. Businesses in the sports also have a crucial role to play. I welcome that some federations are improving conditions for women players, for example, by adopting equity agreements, providing maternity and adoption leave, and ensuring revenue sharing for athletes. But we need many more initiatives like these, as well as zero-tolerance policies for racism and all forms of discrimination in sport. Companies in sport, including those organizing mega sports events, also need to strive to align their activities with the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. which involves doing their due diligence to see how their operations along the entire value chain might affect women's rights and find ways to reduce risks and prevent harm. Media can also be a force for good by increasing coverage of women's sports, delivering ethical, accurate reporting, and telling success stories. Sport can drive social change, so much needed in today's world that is so divided and polarized. Sport can inspire and promote fairness. It can and is there to promote respect, but also equal opportunities for all. So together, let's champion a sporting world where women and girls can thrive. Thank you very much.
And I have the pleasure of inviting Beata Andrich from the ILO, Deputy Director General, to offer some opening remarks.
High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, Ambassador Enderlin, Mrs. McAllister, UEFA Vice President, and Dr. Campbell-Barr, Honorary Chair of the Center for Sports and Human Rights, and dear Mary. It is a great pleasure to be here today and to open this event on behalf of the ILO Director General. I also want to add on a very personal note, having had the privilege of witnessing the establishment of the Center for Sports and Human Rights some years ago, I'm so glad to see it live and kicking very actively, and very, very happy to be part of this conference here today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as you already heard from the High Commissioner, we are having this dialogue on decent work in women's sports today, while the women football players from Italy and Norway are warming up for their quarterfinal tonight. The 2025 UEFA European Women's Championship, hosted by Switzerland, has already created wonderful headlines these weeks. And as a mother of two girls, very passionate football girls, I'm so excited to really see women football getting such visibility. Athletes are in the center of those headlines, and they deserve decent work. We've seen progress in recent years, and I want to mention some examples, but I also want you to remember the numbers that the High Commissioner shared earlier about the entrenched discrimination, racism, and other abuses we still see in sports. In 2020, the ILO held a global dialogue forum on decent work in the world of sport, where governments, employers, and workers recognized that all workers, including athletes, require to be protected from violations of their fundamental principles and rights at work. Then, in preparation of the Men's World Cup in 2022, the ILO supported the government of Qatar to establish a non-discriminatory minimum wage, dismantle the kafala system, and improve working conditions generally. Another milestone for decent work in professional sport is the Global Labor Agreement, signed between FIFPro and the World Leagues Forum. The ILO Director General had welcomed it as a significant step forward in addressing decent work issues in sport by drawing on a key pillar of the ILO's approach to decent work, social dialogue. And next year, the ILO will hold a meeting of experts with a view to adopt guidelines for the promotion of fundamental principles and rights at work and the prevention of elimination of violence and harassment that is far too often experienced by professional athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, sport and mega sporting events are opportunities to promote social development, social justice, employment and decent work. And they are also an opportunity to end the discrimination of women in sports. And therefore, we need to focus, you heard it already, on pay equity, on maternity protection, on protection from violence and harassment and other issues that we will discuss later today. But I also want to leave you with some positive numbers, because we've seen women athletes come a long way in being seen and being recognized. The total viewership of women's football grew from 200 million in 1991 to about 2 billion in 2023. And I'm sure this year we will see the numbers still increasing, hopefully. Today, there are about 3.9 million registered female football players globally, 19,064 professional female players, and 55,622 women's football clubs. I hope you will all remember those numbers. And the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 contributed nearly $1.9 billion to the global GDP, created over 380,000 jobs, and added $932 million to household incomes. And importantly, you do not have to be a professional player to benefit from sport. We all know that. The Women's Sports Foundation has found that high school girls who play sports are more likely to graduate than girls who do not play sports. Girls and women who play sports have higher levels of confidence and self-esteem, have an opportunity to learn about teamwork, goal setting, the pursuit of excellence, and other critical skills necessary to succeed in the workplace. So our meeting today is part of these efforts to promote the social dimension of sport and the positive impact it can have on the lives of women and men. And my sincere thanks to the Swiss Department of Foreign Affairs, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Center for Sports and Human Rights, and of course, all the colleagues of the ILO's Sectorial Policy Department and others who organized this event. Thank you very much.
Thought the microphones might have worked. We're going to try to be a little less formal since, we're talking about sports, right? So let's have a little bit of fun here. But it is my great honor to invite Tim Enderlin, the head of the Peace and Human Rights Division of the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs and a founding member of the Center for Sport and Human Rights, to offer a few remarks.
Thank you, Mary. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un grand honneur pour la Suisse de co-organiser cet important dialogue aux côtés de l'Organisation internationale du travail, du Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme et du Centre pour le sport et les droits de l'homme. Nous sommes également fiers d'accueillir l'Euro féminin UEFA 2025 dans notre pays. Un événement marquant non seulement pour le football féminin, mais aussi une occasion précieuse de faire progresser les droits de l'homme, l'égalité des genres et le travail décent dans le sport. Et nous sommes bien sûr fiers de notre équipe suisse et l'enthousiasme qui l'entoure et qui, pour la première fois, a fait son chemin pour le quart de finale dans cet Euro actuel. Le sport, et en particulier le sport féminin, peut être un puissant moteur de transformation sociale. Il peut donner du pouvoir d'agir, faire tomber des stéréotypes, créer des opportunités économiques et promouvoir l'égalité. Mais ce potentiel ne pourra se concrétiser que si nous nous engageons activement à respecter des normes élevées, des responsabilités claires et une collaboration inclusive. C'est pourquoi, le 4 mars 2025, la Suisse, les villes hôtes de l'UEFA Euro 2025 et l'UEFA ont signé une déclaration conjointe sur les droits humains. Cette déclaration engage les organisateurs à prévenir les atteintes aux droits de l'homme, à garantir des conditions de travail sûres et équitables et à promouvoir l'inclusion tout au long de l'événement. Notre objectif commun est clair. Les grands événements sportifs ne doivent pas seulement être spectaculaires, ils doivent aussi être exemplaires. Cela signifie garantir des conditions sûres, équitables et respectueuses pour toutes les personnes impliquées, des athlètes aux arbitres, en passant par les bénévoles et les équipes de soutien. Prévenir activement la violence, le harcèlement et la discrimination, y compris en ligne. Assurer un accès équitable aux postes de direction, aux ressources et au développement professionnel. Et garantir que les sportifs bénéficient des mêmes droits, protections et reconnaissance que leurs homologues masculins. Nous saluons les avancées réalisées dans de nombreuses ligues et associations, qu'il s'agisse de conventions collectives, de protection en matière de maternité ou des modèles de partage de revenus. Ces exemples montrent qu'il est possible de concilier succès économique avec qualité et dignité. Mais il nous faut aussi reconnaître les écarts persistants en matière de rémunération, d'infrastructures, de parcours professionnel ou de sécurité au travail. C'est pourquoi ce dialogue d'aujourd'hui est si important. Nous devons capitaliser sur cette dynamique, apprendre les uns des autres et nous engager pour un changement durable. Enfin, je tiens à souligner que pour la Suisse, l'Euro 2025 n'est pas une fin en soi, c'est un point de départ. En fixant des standards élevés pour une organisation responsable, nous espérons contribuer à nourrir de futures discussions avec les gouvernements et les institutions du monde entier sur la manière dont le sport peut devenir une véritable plateforme au service de la durabilité, de l'inclusion et des droits de l'homme sur le terrain comme en dehors. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de votre engagement et de votre présence aujourd'hui. Nous nous réjouissons des échanges à venir et de poursuivre ensemble le travail pour faire du sport féminin un modèle pour l'avenir. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour les mots. I now have the distinct pleasure to invite the honorary chair for the Center for Sport and Human Rights, first Vice President of Costa Rica, former chair and current member of the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, Dr. Epsie Campbell-Barr.
High Commissioner, Madam Regional Director, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues from ILO, OHCHR, Swiss Federal Department, UEFA, Players Union, Employees and Workers Organization, civil society partners, and everyone join us here and online today. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to this landmark symposium, convened at the pivotal moment during UEFA Women's Euro 2025 here in Switzerland. The transformation of women's sport is undeniable. Professional leagues are growing. Spectators and sponsors are deeply engaged, and athletes are seizing opportunity to compete and showcase their talents on the global stage. Yes, yet this is a moment of opportunity, carries profound responsibility for event organizers, governments, employers, sport bodies, and stakeholders to ensure that this growth is equipped with fairness, accountability, and firm respect for human rights. Athletes are rightfully demanding dignity, fairness, and protection at every level. The mission of the Center for Sports and Human Rights is clear. We work to embed human rights into sport through capacity building, exchange of knowledge, and responsibility across the ecosystem. This event brings together exactly the right coalition: labor institutions, human rights agencies, host governments, event owners, federation, leagues, unions, and civil society partners. Our focus today is threefold. One, decent work and event hosting. Major tournaments like UEFA Women's and Euro 2025 come with immense economic and social promise, but also significant risks that are common to all levels of this scale: precarious contracts, the possibility of inadequate workplace protections, and systems that can sideline labor rights, including of vulnerable workers. Earlier this year, Switzerland hosts the city, and UEFA signed a human rights declaration committing to uphold labor rights and dignity during this tournament. That is vital first step should be recognized as a new and collaborative initiative. In our first panel, we will examine what measures have been or must be implemented at major sporting events to ensure safe work environment for athletes, officials, volunteers, and workers, provide living wage and social protection, and eliminate violence and harassment at work. We'll hear from those who are doing this work at the Women's Euro tournament and what learnings they have to share for others who will undertake similar efforts. 2, evolving labor standards in women's sports. Professional women leagues are ascending from football to basketball, cricket to rugby. The greater investment are visibly than ever before. Yet the labor practices underpinning the growth haven't always kept pace. In the panel 2, we will shine a light of current trends and innovation, improving conditions, player welfare, and governance across the ecosystem. We will ask, what are the key challenges? And against those challenges, where is the progress being made and where does it need to be improved? And most importantly, what are the clear recommendations to ensure athletes and workers can thrive with dignity, security, and respect? Third, preventing violence, harassment, and discrimination. Gender-based and workplace harassment remain overwhelming threats for participants across all levels, from grassroots to elite competitions. In panel 3, we confront this troubling reality and explore preventive policies, safe reporting system, and culture-shifting safeguards, both online and offline. We'll draw guidance from the ILO's Convention 190 framework and from pioneering work by key actors in sport ecosystem. Our goal: safe, inclusive, and affirming environments where no one fears harm. Why this matters especially now? Women's sport is not peripheral. It is central avenue to social progress and gender equality. Mega sporting events like Euro 2025 set the tone for labor and human rights practices across sports and industries. We know human rights, like decent work, safety, equality, aren't optional extras. They are prerequisites to sustainable success and meaningful legacy. Today, we gather to amplify good practice, really collective accountability, and reinforce mechanisms that ensure remedy when systems fail. Legacy isn't only about victories on the pitch. It's about lasting protections and opportunity for everyone who powers the event, acknowledging that people face different barriers dependent on factors like gender, race, class, or ability. In closing, let this gathering serve not only to reflect, but to online bold collective action. I want to underline collective action. Let our partner organization and system unify behind one clear vision: a future of sports and events where work is decent, environments are safe, and dignity is warranted. Thank you for your presence, your expertise, and your unwavering commitment. Together, we will shape an era of women's sports and sports event more broadly that is proudly inclusive, responsible, and steadfastly human-centered. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. OHCHR. I should have worn my sports shoes. It's a long run from there. That concludes our opening panel. I want to thank very much the opening speakers. Can we get another hand for them, please, as we move to the second? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand back to Mary. We're going to move right into the first quarter of this game. So over to you.
Okay, terrific. If I can get the great Lisa Klaveness and Alex Chidiak to join us up on stage, that'd be terrific. All right, sit wherever you want. We'll sit here. You guys sit wherever you want. Make sure you have a microphone. All right, does this work? I'm a former goalkeeper, so usually I don't have a problem being heard, but okay. I am so excited to be up here and having this conversation with two amazing women. So I will say, though, that you're going to get an intergenerational discussion today. So there's 3 generations of women up here today, and I'm just going to own right now that I am the oldest by a bunch. But I'd like to introduce you a little bit. They need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyways. Alex and Lisa are either current or former international players from their respective countries and have had the opportunity to experience playing condition in different parts of the world, particularly you, Alex. Alex Chidiak is a professional football player and international for the Great Matildas, including at last year's FIFA Women's World Cup 2023. You've played professionally in your native Australia, Spain, Japan, the United States, Mexico. Did I miss any? That's all of them?
That's all.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So what's going to be really interesting is hearing about, that's also a lot to observe, right, and differences, right? So that's going to be very interesting, I think. Lisa Klaveness is a former international for Norway, appearing in 73 matches and competing in both the FIFA Women's World Cup and the Women's Euros. A lawyer by profession, Lisa was elected as president, I'm going to say that again, president of the Norwegian Football Federation in 2022, and now sits on UEFA's executive committee. So in this conversation, I'd like to tease out 3 themes. The role of athlete voice, and we're going to start there, right? Athlete voice, you're both former athletes, current athletes. Decent working conditions in sport, and then conditions of responsible event hosting. So I want to start off by talking about athlete voice and the role of athlete voice in advocating for better working conditions. And one thing that we've seen, I wouldn't say it's unique to women's football, but a characteristic of women's football has been players using collective voice to advocate for change. And certainly my generation, that looked a certain way. We were asking for very basic things. And then sort of every generation after that sort of picked up the mantle of whatever was left and tried to make their own imprint on what would happen going forward. So Lisa, if we could start with you. Describe what your experience was as a player in this regard, and how that has, your experience there has influenced you as you've moved into sports administration, so you're the federation, and then as president.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. You're the player now. I feel like I should play today. You know, Norway is playing today, and
What position were you again?
I'm a number 10,
Oh.
and I think I'm going to play all night. I was checking my hamstring, and so I have some post-traumatic issues. I think, for real. You know, like really not sleeping because I think I'm going to play. So I'm always a player. You know, you're also married. You still are, but it's in me. So I think I will try to be short because it's just such a big and important question for me in my profession now. But you know, when I was young, even younger than you, I just wanted to play, and then I wanted to go to high school to go to play football in high school. And I applied, and I realized that it was just for boys. This was in 1999-ish. And then I wrote to the Equality Minister of Norway, and you know, I had no political ambition. It was just that I wanted to go to high school, and there was nowhere else for girls to go. So that's when I realized, and I got in, and it became this big case, annoying to someone, but for me, I had one aim, was to go to high school to play football. So that's when I realized 2 things, I guess, that people that say that football and politics are not combined are very privileged. They go everywhere, you know, they are not women. And secondly, that you can actually do things, you know, that write letters, you know, I wanted to be a lawyer, so it was
I was going to say, at what point does this play a role in your profession?
Yeah. So this became sort of my destiny, not because of politics in itself, but you realize that the very basic thing was lacking. Other things were in place, but very basic thing was lacking. And when I see the generations now, Alex, but also Ada Hegerberg, you know, Caroline Graham Hansen, the players that play now, if you ask them, they would answer very politically. Just because they are carrying the mantle, like you say, and they feel that things are still lacking. Being now a football president or president of a federation, you know, I see it from both sides. I can also see how hard it can be sometimes when women player will come and demand something, and you work so hard for everything. You know, every step is very hard work, and they still want something. And then, but if you mentalize and go into their position, you see and listen, you hear what they're saying, and it's really important steps. So. It's, you know, the player voice is still screaming in my head, and I still try to not be stuck in my own generation. Listen to Alex, listen to Ada, listen to Caro, and take away the I am tired, I didn't sleep, I do everything, why are you still complaining? And take that away, which is an exercise. You have to go to the gym sometimes and punch something, and then really listen, and then you hear it's really basic things. It's about their bodies, it's about, you know, pregnancy, you know, safety, really basic human rights.
Terrific. Alex, same question, but you know, what role has player voice played in the different parts of the world that you've played in? So you can talk about the Matildas, you can talk about different teams that you've been involved in. From your experience, what's been your experience with player voice and how that's helped drive change? And then what still needs to change to make it more professional, more sustainable, and reflective of what we mean by decent work?
Cool. I'll take that in 2 parts.
Okay,
There's a lot
go for it.
to remember. So what was the first bit again?
The
Sorry.
role of player,
The role, okay, so I think for me, I got dragged into it quite early on. My professional career started at 15, and at 16 I was part of the first strike with the Matildas. And from that point till now, I think I'm kind of privileged in being able to see how much change has happened. Going from getting $250 a day to now match payments for up to $8,000. Just the actual minimum standards that we do have around camp, the amount of staff that we have on hand, having a psychologist, having just anything that we could possibly imagine. And a lot of that did then pay, in a really positive way for the World Cup for us, as we were quite successful. But, in saying that as well, my first professional contract, I played for Atletico Madrid, and in my first season, once again, went on strike pretty early on to get, minimum standards there in Spain. And, I can look back at my first year. I thought, I'd be arriving to such a professional club, and we didn't even have a door in our toilet in our change room. We had the men that were training on, the pitch that we played on, and we were on a crappy synthetic on the side. We had the captain of the Italian national team now, Elena Linari. She was at the club at the time. She was pretty much given the keys to a van and said, you need to take all of these players to and from training. That's your job. And she was like, oh shit. She was 24 at the time, had about 8 of us in a van having to look after us. We didn't have access to a gym. So, going on strike was quite important, and I learnt the importance of the player voice in that sense. And then, playing into Japan, that's an interesting one because player voice actually backfired. I thought I was coming into the first season of it being professional. It was called the Women's Empowerment League. So I was like, sweet, this is going to be great. The people that were in charge of the league were unbelievable. Their communication was awesome, a great bunch of women. The issue ended up being heavily to do with the male coaches and it being quite disrespectful if you were a woman to speak up. So that's where, a lot of the backlash that I learnt, kind of later on in my time in Japan of why I wasn't playing was because I was speaking up and trying to understand, why are we training at this time? Why don't we have what the men have here? I was questioning too much, and that backfired. And then we go to the US, where it's so common to be able to speak openly and freely about, and I think that's a lot to do with the amazing PA that we have. I think I came into the league at a time where, the big abuse scandal came about, and, I had people kind of talking to me before arriving, saying, just letting you know this is what's happening in the league at the moment. But I think the response from the PA and what we were provided in terms of all the support that we got, it just made it abundantly clear that, we do need that extra help in leagues.
Okay, terrific. What still needs to change?
So much. Yeah, there's a long way to go. I think, I feel quite privileged coming from Australia, where we have a union who is so heavily involved, and players that are, I guess we're in a privileged spot where we can speak up and not have things taken away from us. But if you're looking globally, I think it's not safe for women to speak up in many countries. And I think we all need to come together and help each other to be able to do that. Otherwise, the game's not going to progress. You can look at what's happening in all the major tournaments. Of course, the Euros at the moment, seemingly things are amazing. But I think the African nations is going on at the moment. There are things coming out about the standards there, and we can't just brush that aside. We all need to collectively come together and speak up and help the other nations.
Yeah, and we've seen also a fair amount of solidarity, I think, between the women's, particularly the international sides. I mean, when after the Women's World Cup final and what happened, on the medal stand, you just saw this outpouring of solidarity across, which has been, and I would say also across the Atlantic, we're seeing, when something happens on one side, players stand up and talk about it, which I think is a wonderful aspect of, I think, women's football. I know I'm talking about football. I can't help it. I'm up here with two internationals. So, Lisa, coming back to you, you've often spoken about and emphasized the importance of values. So integrity, fairness, and respect. How can these values guide the industry, all right, and particularly from your position that you hold, to ensure fair labor practices and to promote dignity for everyone involved, from athletes to the team to federations to referees, for everyone?
I think football, but also women's sport, but football is where we come from. So it's very close connected to equality discussions in the country. It's sort of still provocative to the society, even in United States and Norway and the pioneers of women football. It still touches always something difficult. And if you want to go far in sports, you cannot be a victim. You know, you have to be strong. So to find that balance of being strong and take what you get and still perform, but still raise your voice when you lack something to perform well is very important. So for us being leaders now on the men and the women's side, even if you're a man or a woman, I think values, it's not a soft, it's about a competence, I think. I think we need to work to really have moral clarity combined with practical actions, and then you will steadily shift the landscape, because it's not something you just can run. But if you don't do anything, it will also be stuck, and it's not good for anyone. It's not good for business. It's not good for the hard things either. It's not just like this something. And when I came into leadership, I think it's difficult to speak about these things without being perceived as someone that is morally superior or trying to, and then you'll be very exposed yourselves. And I know how hard it is to be value-based. It needs to be very practical. But I still think it's something we should push more and more. I think UEFA is really trying to do it, also in this Euros. Now the Vice President, Laura McAllister, you know, the first female Vice President of UEFA, regardless of gender, but she is also the first female who's running the advisory board. I think they do good stuff. And I think it's really important to work, you know, with practical actions, but also with this moral clarity that we should aim for full equality. Then people were like, full equality, why that? We should aim for that a woman could lead the men national team. Then this is so controversial. No, okay, we can say 20 years in time. You know, give me whatever time. But of course we should aim for full equality. It will help everyone. It will not be a competition. So I think, but you have to make it, of course, practical. We are practical people. We work in football. So this is what I mean with integrity. You know, it needs to be both, you know, have that practical side. It needs to be the next step. We cannot be actionists. You know, we're all actionists in some ways, but it also needs to be connected with the next step. But it needs to be interconnected also with the values, you know, equal game, respect, protect, you know. And we know in our hearts that we are far away from, like you say, we know in our hearts that we're far away from some of it. And of course we will always end up with, yeah, but we don't earn enough money on it, so we don't have the money. But it's a catch-22. So I think for the leadership, we have to backtrack. If we aim at full equality, what is the next step? Not half equality or 30% equality. Of course, the best thing for our daughters, our sons, also our sons. I have 3 sons. You know, sometimes I wish I had a daughter because I have some equality speeches in here, but now it's put on my 3 sons. It's also good for them to have free mothers, you know, that they can be strong. So I think those values need to be very practical, and that we need to be honest with ourselves that if we want females to be professional athletes, they need enough salary to be able to postpone their pregnancy or go through a pregnancy, like stuff like this. And it needs freedom. So it needs freedom to move in. It's not the salary of and you have a short career. So I think for me, fairness, respect, all these words are practical. You know, these are not like high up there and abstract. It's something. What does it mean? What does it mean when you translate it to the female side? I also run the men's side, and we have a lot of equality issues there also. We have issues we need to solve there also. But I hear very often that, you know, time will help. Be patient. You know, and people like you and me, and I think sometimes we are impatient because we are players, and I'm not anymore, but I think so. But when you see, for example, with salary gaps, it's increasing. You know, it's not like time is actually helping.
Yeah.
Time is getting it a little bit worse. And is it a bad thing that you have salary gaps? Because you don't compete in the same market as Erling Haaland or Martin Ødegaard or the men. Yeah, but people do compare. You know, we compete about attention, also coaches, also, you know, acknowledgement. So I think it's very important that we have to analyze, is time helping? Then, of course, you just push. Gently you push. If time is not helping, then we need a bit of friction.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned patience, and I will speak for myself only, but when I hit 50, and maybe this is something that women of that age can understand, we get a lot less patient, right? We're just like, come on, like when is this going to get better? I think, and certainly hitting 60 this year, and there's no hiding from it. If you've been in a press release or a press guide from your federation, there's no hiding from your age. You're getting less patient. It's like, come on, man, when is this going to happen? So
I thought you'd become more and more patient. This is bad news for us.
No, you're running out of time. It's like, come on, like, we need to get some stuff done before I check out. So, sorry, Alex. Back to sort of your generation. What do you want to accomplish during your career in terms of advancing working conditions? And you've been involved also a lot. You've been involved in Common Goal, right? And you've been involved in doing quite a bit of work on social media on life, sort of life after 90. Is that right? Is that the right name?
The other side of 90.
The other side of 90.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The other side of 90. But sort of what do you want to see achieved in your generation of players?
I mean, ideally, we won't have to do another one of these panels talking about this topic. But I think it's interesting to reflect. I mean, when I first started playing, we'll go, the Australian League. My first season as a professional, I didn't make anything at 15. Second season went to 2,000, and now we're at 25,000. And a lot of the players that I grew up playing with are now making the decision to stop playing because ultimately, getting paid $25,000 for a 35-week season is not the best. So I am losing a lot of really close friends, and it's tough. I feel guilty being one of the highest paid players in the league because I've hit my ceiling as well with that, and it's not going to go any further at this rate. So I would love to see the league in Australia be in a place where it can be 12 months, it can be fully sustainable. Players can not have to move their life to the other side of the world, which is clearly what I've done many times and what I am in the process of doing again now because unfortunately the fight continues. And I think the other thing as well with that, while I've been in Australia playing the past couple of seasons on and off, trying to get the younger players to understand that, of course, they would be stoked getting 25,000 at 16 or 17, 18. But as you get older, that's, they need to continue that fight and keep pushing. So I think it's, those of my generation being able to talk about it openly about, also acknowledging those before us. There were many players that made the league what it was in Australia before me and did it completely for free off their own back. And obviously you two are examples of that as well. So I thank you for all the work that you've done to, give me an opportunity to be able to play. But unfortunately, I'm, in the 1% in Australia that can do this comfortably. It was interesting, I was joking with my partner, Erin, about this before, but there were a couple of kids that found out that I lived on their street in Australia, and they came around the house, they wanted some signatures, and then one of the boys said, are you sure that you're a professional footballer? And I was like, yeah. Like, why?
Yeah, pretty sure.
And he said, your house is so small. So obviously, yeah, it's funny that the perceptions are still there, we can talk about how much things have grown, but in the reality, only probably the top 200 or 300 players in the world have, the funds and backing behind them to be able to do this and reap those benefits. But, even that's nowhere near the men's side. So it's continuing that fight and making sure that those coming through know all the work that have been done.
Well, and pick it up and continue it. Lisa, same question. I mean, for me, it was never an option to make money playing. First of all, I'm a goalkeeper, so you're not going to get. That's not going to happen. It's going to happen for the forwards, but not the goalkeepers. But just the whole concept of doing it professionally, was absurd at the time. It was just unfathomable, and yet we're now seeing it, which is fantastic. But Lisa, what do you want to accomplish? All right, what is the work that you want to get done during the time that you're in the positions that you have?
I guess it's twofolded. You know that I'm working in football, so the next game is always the most important to me. I don't think about legacy or ambitions. I have none. It's just quality every day. Now it's the game tonight. And it's my life depends on it. And this is how we work. And I have the same with the men's team. And I also try to have respect towards the men's team. That it's not their fault that we have this struggle. It needs to be a win for them also. And sometimes that's very far away from them. So I think that is something I'm trying to accomplish. I always work in the center. I try not to just be on the women's side or men's side. I've always been in the center. Committees which have both sides. This is where I think we really need strong women's committees, but I think my competence is most to speak to both sides, to learn about both sides. So that's one thing, to really build that bridge and never assume, give the benefit of the doubt, always, to all my male colleagues, all male players, be just as dedicated towards them, to build that perception that fathers and mothers are equally important in the game. It's important that you can have a female head coach for the women's team. This is a symbol, but it's very important that you speak about it, because if this is, you need very many candidates to be able to have one. And then you need to lift the boat very heavily. And people are like, why? Lisa, don't be so radical. And if that is a radical thing, so then we are on a wrong moral path, I would say. So this is one thing. And the second thing is to really listen to players like yourself, not be stuck in the past. We all have our struggles, and it's easy to think that the next generation, settle now, like you say, we were happy with this and this and this. Yeah, but it was not good,
It wasn't.
I quit 30 because then I would have my kids. Yeah. So I should have played to 40. The day before I quit, I was alone with 20 balls, like I was every night. Training alone and then quitting, still very motivated, nerd, playing alone with the balls, 20 balls, being lawyer, but I quit because I wanted kids, and then the career ended. So for me, it's always about the game, but I still think it's very symbolic. If we can lift the game with Alex and your generation, we can lift a whole pyramid of social community with, like, even in countries like ours, where the equality we feel is pretty high, it's very big things lacking. And then it's also how we look at human beings. It should be equal, not being paid like billions. It's no human right to be paid like billions. We have male player being paid like that, and that's not. But I'm talking about the lower thresholds.
Just one Norwegian.
Yeah, but he's also amazing though. No, but I think it's the lower thresholds we should look at. What's the minimum standards? They should be equal, and then the rest is a business case. But you need to earn a bit of money to be able to put aside your education, to postpone your pregnancy or your family life. Then you need some space to move in when you're in the 40s. So it's not, the salary needs to be bigger. It's not a luxury thing. So I guess I would just work, passionately for all inches and try to lift also female leaders, not under me, but in positions coming up now. Really help when you quit football. That you don't go anywhere else. Work in football. You don't have to be a coach. You can work at HR, IT. Really try to be that mentor that someone has been for me, male and women, your generation, and also not that you're so much older, but still
enough.
They help me. So I think this is my ambition to just be a a person that you could really go for anything, small or big.
Terrific. Alex Chidiac, Lisa Klaveness, wonderful to have you both. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you both. We will now kick off with our first panel looking at hosting of mega sporting events.
Thanks very much, Mary. Great to see football at its best. We'll start off with our first panel. Maybe I should introduce myself quickly. I'm Oliver Liang. I'm also from the Sectoral Policies Department, which deals, among other things, with the sports sector. We have, for the rest of this afternoon, three very interesting panels. You might be wondering what these QR codes are that are here. They are unfortunately not for merchandise. They are for handling the questions that come out of the room. We'll be handling them through a platform called Slido. So what it allows you to do, if you get the QR code and look at it through your phone, it allows you to ask a question and send it to some of our moderators who will sort of collect the questions and try to get sort of the most common ones and pass them to the moderators, who then can also ask them from the panels. To get these, to get into the Slido, please don't be shy, come up and get the QR code. You can also get it from the Slido website, which is slido.com, or you can find the link on the link of this event, which you got through your invitation. So it's my pleasure now to hand over to William Rook. He is the Deputy CEO of the Center for Sports and Human Rights. And off to the first panel. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. And that's a hard act to follow, Mary, but we'll do our very best. And we've got great speakers lined up for this panel and all afternoon. And we'll also move quite briskly, because you can see we've got 5 excellent panelists, a little over an hour for this conversation. So as advertised, this panel focuses on major events, which we all recognize and have spoken about today as the most visible pinnacle in sport for elite athletes. Stages of extraordinary achievements, and for many players, their proudest moments. But they're much more than that too, as we've heard. These are important cultural festivals where we can convene and we can congregate. And we've seen such a positive spirit generated across Switzerland this summer by hosting Euro 2025. But as we've also heard, major events are also big business, requiring significant orchestration and many actors to deliver these events. The number of stakeholders involved is vast. National, regional, municipal governments, stadium operators, transportation, suppliers, sponsors and broadcasters, and a number of these sectors are represented in the room today, which is fantastic as well. So we've got for this panel a very tangible context of major events, but as this is the first panel of today, we'll approach this topic quite broadly. We'll set out some of the key concepts, themes and frameworks that are relevant throughout the day, and that means we will situate decent work as a priority area within the broader universe of human rights impacts that major events can have, which can of course be both positive and negative. And we'll get into some examples here. We'll also look beyond the field of play with reference to the wide range of roles and responsibilities and functions that people, especially women, can play in many different ways in the lead up to and delivery of major events, and where there are risks associated. And as we do so, we'll be applying a gender lens and thinking about the specifics of women's sporting events, which of course have their own character and identity and a history of struggle and development and opportunity and progress and all the things we've heard about this morning. And this means directly addressing structural inequities, societal and within sport, and identifying good practices to support progress towards gender parity at all levels. So that's the journey for the next hour, and we couldn't have a better panel to guide us through these topics, with speakers representing a range of vantage points, experiences in the sports ecosystem to help us build up a comprehensive picture of some of the key issues pertinent in women's sporting events today. So to present the panel, first to my left is Lisa Salza. Lisa, welcome. Lisa leads the work of Amnesty International Switzerland on sport and human rights, has been working on major events around the world for many years now. So with an event here at home, a chance to apply that global perspective in a local context. Thank you, Lisa. To Lisa's left, Laura Kurtzer. Laura's a human rights and labor rights consultant with Ergon Associates, who's worked on a number of sports and sporting events, various stages of event life cycles, on strategies, on policy development, on risk assessments, on grievance processes. So we'll hear from Laura some of the practical and implementable steps that different institutions in sport have made. To Laura's left is Dr. Alex Colvin. Welcome, Alex. Alex is responsible for global policy and strategic relations for women's football at FIFPro. A former player, Alex has a background as a researcher and an academic. And FIFPro, of course, is the global representative body for women for football players. So Alex's focus will naturally be on just and favourable conditions of work for players, which, as we know, is the key to unlocking the great performances that we see on the field and getting fans to tune in. To Alex's left, Priscilla Mpanu. Priscilla is the human rights and inclusion expert at UEFA, working with UEFA's social sustainability team on strategies, policies, and other measures to understand risks, mitigate harms, and ensure safe and inclusive events at UEFA competitions, including this one. So Priscilla is really joining us on the ground during an intense period of the competition. So thank you, Priscilla. And finally, last but not least, Katharina Vistel. Katharina manages the volunteer program at the city of Zurich, a host city for Euro 2025. And we know volunteers are the backbone of many major events, but also a vulnerable group themselves, volunteers, and one that's often overlooked. So the focus on volunteer recruitment, volunteer welfare, a really important and appropriate topic for us to look at today. So with that, start the discussion. I'll come to you, Lisa, to kick us off. Starting at big picture, kind of at the top level, the most significant risks of hosting major events in general. You've looked at this in a number of contexts. Can you just give us a kind of overview from a decent work perspective of where the major risks as you see them in major events are? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, William. How much time do we have? I would like to thank you and the organizers, first of all, for organizing that panel on such really relevant questions. In my opinion, in my experience, the risks of major sporting events and namely the gender-sensitive nature of these risks are still very much beneath the radar of sport organizing bodies, sponsors, host countries, etc. And including the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe recently expressed that same concern that major international sporting events continue to be awarded to host countries with poor human rights records without adequate monitoring mechanisms. And I think the Club World Cup, which just came to an end last Sunday, is a good example of this lack of conscience for human rights due diligence, for human rights risks, which is even more surprising considering the fact that it took place in a country where the leading decision makers pursue a strict anti-rights agenda and including an anti-gender agenda. And maybe a good counterexample I could mention is the I'm Swiss, but I try to not be biased, the Women's Euro, which is taking place in Switzerland, where the organizing actors did take their human rights due diligence quite serious and engaged in a human rights risk analysis. Now, in view of focusing on risks, it's really difficult to focus on a few ones because they have to be assessed in a case-by-case study, because every country context is very different, but every country, no country is free of human rights violations. So one of the very common risks which affect every host country are restrictions on freedom of assembly, freedom of expression as well. These are risks even in human rights friendly contexts, but even more so in more repressive contexts. For instance, in Russia, security concerns surrounding the Men's World Cup were used as a pretext to tighten assembly laws for good. Then, very much in this context, there is an increased risk of militarization and police violence, which has to be assessed. And there we have also the first important gender-based perspective, which has to be applied. Amnesty, for instance, documented in almost all of the upcoming host countries that police officers use violent and sexualized language. They threaten women participating in protests with sexual violence. So this is clearly something that has to be addressed. Looking at it from a decent work perspective, we could also say we need to talk about the work conditions of police officers at mega sporting events, and that they have to be trained as well on a gender inclusive perspective. Then, if we come to athletes, I think there are really also severe restrictions on freedom of expressions which affect athletes, as sport associations have a tendency to limit their free speech. We saw that last summer when an Afghan breakdancer was disqualified by the Olympic Committee for promoting gender equality as part of her performance. So freedom of expression is a big issue, including for athletes. And then coming closer also to workers, really workers, I think journalists, freedom of the press is a big risk in many contexts, as organizers, especially in repressive contexts, tend to prevent critical reporting. There is also one good, or several examples, but one, for instance, ahead of the Qatar World Cup, 2 Norwegian journalists got detained when they were reporting about the dire conditions of migrant workers. If we go a little bit deeper also in the risks for workers, of course, athletes and journalists are workers when they are on duty at sporting events, but then we need to talk as well about contingency workers. They face very high risks of abuse, including on they can be dumped on their wage. They can suffer very harsh living and working conditions, and this risk is particularly high for construction workers and those who provide security and other services which are vital to the event. And we rarely speak about sex workers' rights as well in the context of mega sporting events, even though it is known that a big influx of people, which is usually the case with the mega sporting events, brings increased risks for sex workers. And then, of course, the risk of being discriminated against or sexually or physically abused is present in every country context and can affect fans, players, workers, and the local population alike. And I think LGBTIQ+, racialized people, as well as women and girls, are usually most at risk from this type of abuse.
Thank you, Lisa. And I think clear that there's sort of elevated risks for women and girls in any of these contexts you've mentioned, but also risks of human rights abuses simply by virtue of being women or girls in many of these contexts too. I'll turn to Laura next. We've heard about the kind of patchwork of different risks that you see typically as a pattern in many sports events. What can organizers, event owners, event organizers do to mitigate risks to people? And with that gender lens, what's a kind of gender responsive risk assessment? How do you sort of technically look at these things to make sure these risks are captured properly? Thank you.
It's a very big question to answer in a short amount of time. Thanks, first of all, for having me and also for convening this event. Very timely, great panel. Also very happy to be joining this. Look, I think in terms of what event organizers can do, there's obviously an emerging body of really good practice, right? I think the tournament that's taking place in Switzerland at the moment has contributed some additional examples of good practice in that regard. If you really had to boil it down to a really simple statement, I'd say, just embed human rights due diligence into all stages, through from planning, but also delivery and also legacy. And I think one aspect, and you alluded to it, William, is obviously the risk assessment, right? Needing to get that right. And we at Ergon, we've been fortunate enough to be involved in a number of these risk assessments for mega sporting events. It's great to see that they've become, or they're increasingly becoming, a standard practice for large sporting events. I think making them context specific is really, really important. We just heard some really interesting examples from the previous conversation, how conditions in countries where you may make assumptions about how these conditions may be are very different in practice. So being very sensitive to context and really seeking to understand how context-specific issues may drive the risks from a human rights perspective in relation to what the sporting event is doing in the country is important. Stakeholder engagement obviously is crucial in that, right? Again, one area I think where this tournament has done well, getting stakeholders on board early, having a board on human rights issues, but it's really the people that you want to understand risk to people, you need to speak to people and hear from them what their experience is and also what you could do to mitigate any issues. Start early, I think, is an important one. And then in terms of how to make this gender responsive, which I think was the second part of your question, I think it's really looking at it from the perspective of women and girls. Now, that's sort of easily said. What do I mean by that? It's really when you sort of start mapping out from a very procedural point of view, when you start mapping out and scoping what are the potential human rights issues, and you've outlined them very well, Lisa. how may they be different for women and girls? How may they be affected differently? How may their perspectives onto these issues differ, right? So taking that into account and also questioning what the reasons for that are, because ultimately you want to have an understanding of what the underlying root causes are. Doesn't mean that you've got to be in a position to address all of them, but if we're talking...
On that point briefly then, underlying risk factors, do you think they differ between a men's tournament and a women's tournament or a mixed sporting tournament? I mean, bearing in mind that's relating to the athletes on the field, but in terms of what that impact is in the tournament itself, is that something there that you've looked at?
Yeah, definitely. I think it does a lot, right? And that's why I said it's so important to really understand your context and question why you were seeing certain risks, particular for women and girls, because understanding why that is will help you sort of understand where you can influence and where you can mitigate. And just, I mean, I assume that most people in this room have been to a men's match and to a women's match and would probably agree that it's a kind of different vibe and it's a different audience, right? They tend to have a much more diverse, I mean, I'm generalizing heavily here, but we do tend to see a more diverse sort of fan base. Women players, if we look at football specifically, tend to stand for a socially more progressive stance, perhaps. And that does something, if we just use that as one example, that fact changes or impacts the risk dynamic in how we think about certain risks around a big tournament, where usually, you know, for male tournaments, one risk that you would usually look at is, you know, obviously very specific subgroups of fans, but fan-on-fan violence, or a risk of general public violence. Whereas here, in light of a very different fan base and sort of supporter group, it's almost inverted, because you have a larger percentage or a larger likelihood, let's say, of potentially vulnerable, marginalized groups in the supporter base. So it's almost, there's more of an issue around safeguarding them from discriminatory behavior that the public may have towards them. So that's just one example. I think there's others, but
Thank you.
Mindful of time.
No, very helpful. And I think that we've kind of got a good sense of the context of the events. But if we go onto the field, Alex, and come to the players, we'll hear throughout the day on players' rights across the whole piece of a career, but we're talking very much about games time now, about the event. What are the players' rights that can be impacted during a major event? The expectations in terms of facilities, in terms of pay, but how does that bear out during a tournament, during an event? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, William, and thanks for convening and having me here today on this great panel. I think with player rights, they're always vulnerable, so it doesn't matter like whether you're in a major tournament or you're outside a major tournament and playing domestic football. I think the precariousness that women's players face is daily, and there's acute examples of this in different geographical locations. And so I think, but if you're speaking specifically about tournaments, there's a couple of opportunities for exploitation of players and their rights being very visibly challenged, let's say it like this. So I think players enter a tournament and instantly they become more visible. So you're playing football on TV where that might not happen in the domestic league that you play in, or club competitions. That obviously opens them up to particular forms of abuse on social media, and there's not, I would say, anything, the protections that need to be in place are nowhere near in place across any kind of competition, let's say. And then when we look specifically at the rights of players and them being violated, like I said, I always think that what's given can be taken away. So if something is not secured in a collective bargaining agreement or an agreement that has legal ramifications, players are always at risk. So when we look forward to a tournament at FIFPro, what we usually do is we usually go through a process where we check the regulations of each tournament. So what you will usually find in those regulations is just blatant forms of discrimination and inequity. So, for example, ahead of the Women's 23 World Cup, we looked at the regulations for the Men's and Women's World Cup, and you could see the delegation size were different, accommodation standards were different, transportation. So these are obviously just blatant forms of discrimination. Obviously, for the players, that affects their ability to perform at the highest level, and sometimes competition organisers I don't necessarily, whether they understand it or whether they're willing to understand it, that then affects the product on the pitch. So there's obviously a domino effect for everything that happens, where we talk constantly about players and women's tournaments generating revenue. And I actually think that this is such, you know, short-sightedness, because actually, you know, the investment that men's football has had over generations, and now we're seeing profit in some tournaments. You see it in the World Cup, for example, but a men's under-17s tournament doesn't generate anything. So I think there's just like context that needs to be applied to every major tournament. But I think when we look at the Women's Euro, that is obviously like the gold standard, let's say, of women's tournaments in a continental standard. However, you know, it took FIFPro and the players to write a letter to UEFA ahead of this tournament to ensure that conditions were equal, to ensure that prize money was increased. And not only that prize money is increased, that players receive a proportion of the value that they generate. When we did this ahead of the Women's World Cup in 2023, for us at FIFPro, it didn't really matter if the prize money was equal to men's or not, whether it was 500 million or 5 billion. If the players don't receive a proportion of that, it's really, you know, it looks good for FIFA that the prize money is equal, but actually in the players' pockets and for players who need, you know, additional sources of income, it really didn't matter.
So is that about the distribution of funds then from the member association to the players themselves? Is that where the chain breaks? Or?
Well, no, it's, you know, FIFA and UEFA have prize money associated to every tournament. That prize money is not based on anything. It's not, you know, it's not, it's just you stick your finger in the wind and then decide, oh, we'll increase it year on year. UEFA have increased every year. They've doubled the investment, but when you say doubled the prize money, it goes from like, you know, 8 million to 16 million compared to like 330 million in the men's tournament. So I think, you know, whether they our position is that even if UEFA continue to double this, you know, prize money, unless players receive a proportion of it, that for us was our primary objective. We managed to secure that for the World Cup in 2023, and we've managed to secure it for the UEFA Euros, this tournament in 2025. But for us, you know, that's just the start point. We want equalisation of conditions across all confederations, and we're light years away from that at the moment.
Thank you, Alex. Priscilla, we've heard a little bit from a number of speakers reference to this tournament, Euro 2025, and having human rights integrated in terms of commitments, in terms of the Human Rights Charter, in terms of Human Rights Board. We've heard people reference these things. How does UEFA approach assessing human rights risks, engaging stakeholders, and weaving human rights into a mega sporting event like this one? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for having me. I've taken a couple of notes because I can honestly speak for about 45 minutes on this topic, and I don't think time allows for today. So I will try to keep it top line, and of course, if the questions come in, I can go into further detail. So overall, I would say that our approach is really based on collaborative action and structured engagement. I think many of you will remember in the room, I see a lot of friends in the room, the Sporting Chance Forum in 2023, where our GS outlined our commitment to further embed human rights in the organisation and the implementations of our tournaments. And that really led a journey that we went on since that first 2024 Euro to outline key actions related to human rights. So the first thing that we did, and we've referenced it a few times, was the creation of the Human Rights Advisory Board. And this, chaired by, of course, our Vice President, Laura McAllister, includes members from international organisations, civil society, local authorities, DEI experts, human rights experts from the wider football ecosystem. And the role of the board isn't just to be a tick box bureaucratic thing, it's really to engage on all the mechanisms that we have in place related to human rights for that tournament. So it's always tailored to the specificities of that tournament, the local context, etc. And we have the board meetings, of course, a little bit more formal, but we also have ad hoc meetings on specific mechanisms. We have the bilaterals when we need further information on a specific topic. And also just to bring this back into life as well, we also have an in-person meeting where we see the rollout of the mechanisms, and we had that last week. Lisa is also a member of our board, so we were able to see all the measures that we had put in place and what they look like operationally at a match. Another thing that we put in place, again, also referenced by Dr. Epsi earlier, is that we signed a human rights declaration. So this is our public-facing commitment to promote respect and protect human rights quite generally in our competitions. So this is signed by us as organisers, by the local government, local authorities, the host cities as well, and the Swiss Football Federation for this tournament. And this essentially really shows our commitment to deliver a responsible tournament that respects human rights. Another thing that was already been referenced, I'm just going into slightly more details of things that have already been mentioned, which is great, which means that our colleagues are also covering the front, is the development of a human rights risk assessment. So we worked with Laura and Ergon under the stewardship of the Human Rights Board to really look at the risks related to the event, the specific, I can't say this word today, I'm supposed to be a native speaker. So really looking at the risks related to this event. So what are the risks in Switzerland in hosting a mega event? How do we mitigate these risks? What have we put in place already? How do we fill in the gaps as well? And of course, Women's Euro in Switzerland, quite generally a low risk event, but there was still some key things that we needed to keep in mind: child and youth protection, accessibility, workers' rights, rights protection issues, and really looking at this with the board and with the wider teams also involved on what we can have in place. Again, long list of you might need to stop me at some point.
We can certainly find time with you later, Priscilla. Just one additional point. You mentioned the charter that you developed with the Swiss government about respect, protect, but promoting human rights. And we've heard about the due diligence measures and some of the mitigation steps, but in terms of promoting human rights, and this being a women's tournament in UEFA's home country, what steps have you taken to really sort of be on the front foot in promoting rights on that side as well?
Okay, so I'll go into a little bit more detail into that. So just to round that up also, all of this lives in the auspice of our ESG strategy, right? So we have an ESG strategy for every single tournament, and it doesn't matter that if it's a big mega tournament, it could also be the under-17s in Faroe Islands. It's really tailored to the risk related to that tournament. And what we did, maybe also specifically for this Women's Euro, is really also look at the fan aspect to this. We've got 500,000 people coming to Switzerland to engage into this tournament, and the fans are really the backbone and also the front bone, if you want, of football quite specifically. So how do we integrate them in the planning and implementation of the tournament? And a lot of work went into working with the fan embassies, the Football Supporters Europe, the SLOs, and I use a lot of acronyms, I'm really sorry, this is what we do in football, to really work as close as possible to the fans, to have them in the process of the implementation. Therefore, we elevate the service, and therefore we can look at how we can mitigate rights in that respect. On the campaign front as well, some of you who are going to the match today, you will see this a little bit everywhere. We have our Football All campaign. This, in one nutshell, the main message of this campaign is that everyone is welcome in football. You will see this dotted around the stadiums. You will see the stories on the major screen. You will see these stories in the TV adverts. And in the stadiums as well, we have the giant message, again, looking at this message of, in football, everyone is welcome. But if you do witness or experience any grievance, it also lists what is available to you. I know we're going to go into that in a little bit later. And then the last thing I wanted to mention as well is the communication about, specifically this tournament. The Women's Euro is often seen as this inclusive, family-friendly environment, and we've kept true to that. So a lot of our communication has focused on this inclusivity, but again, enforcing and emphasizing the messaging around, if you do experience something, there is help available to you. We communicated quite heavily as well on human rights and rights protection issues around the tournament and what is available. Accessibility as well was quite a big component of our communication. And all of this just to really ensure that the look and feel of the tournament is embedded in human rights and diversity and inclusion.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. An important part of the major events, and we haven't referenced them so much yet, is volunteers, Katerina. And volunteers both inside the stadiums, but also in cities, in host cities. And this is, I think, true of every major event, mobilizing a large volunteer cohort to do lots of interesting and important tasks to keep fans and the general public well directed, but also engaged with the values of the tournament. But we don't often focus on the rights and welfare of volunteers in the sports context. So, Katharina, the kind of barriers that you were looking at when you were setting up the volunteer program in Zurich, seeking to ensure a gender diverse and balanced cohort of volunteers. So proactively, how do you go about doing that? And also, when assessing risks to volunteers, how did you map those risks and think about those as part of the program? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting us and giving the possibility to speak about the measures that we're implementing in the city of Zurich. First of all, a short disclaimer. So when I talk about volunteering today, I just talk about my experience really in relation to the Women's Euros. Volunteering is a wide field, and at the end of the day, every volunteering job or volunteering group has their own challenges. So it's really just what I have faced, or we in the city of Zurich, in relation to the Women's Euros. I think we've heard a lot about the Human Rights Charter already, and also Priscilla, you mentioned the campaign that UEFA has. And at the end of the day, I think what we tried is to actually implement clear measures, a clear meaning to what these campaigns show and what the Human Rights Charter is saying within our volunteering program. And the good thing is that also within the city of Zurich, everyone was really supportive of creating a diverse volunteer group. And I think that's probably one of the major parts. You have to have the support from your city, from your project leads to really set that up. Another experience or another barrier, which starts right at the beginning, is from my reflection, our own mindset. So I guess the first step is we have to look into our underlying biases that we are bringing to the table, and we need to overcome that. So we need to challenge ourselves and to really set up a diverse volunteer program. That's at least my experience also within our group. At the end of the day, when you have decided to set up a diverse volunteer group, we identified 3 main challenges to actually get in touch with the people. So not just to address white men and white women, but to really include people who are living with disabilities, people with a refugee background, expats. Luckily, we have a very big community in Zurich, but also looking into activating people that are potentially not always feeling safe in a bigger and diverse group, simply because they can be harassed or they are part of a vulnerable group. The first thing that we identified is the communication. So we have set up communication lines within the city of Zurich, within the sports department. But if we only use these communication lines, we would exactly reach the white man and the white woman. We wouldn't reach all the other groups that we wanted to include. So here we really had to get out, get in touch with the different organizations who are working with people who are living with disabilities, to the LGBTQI community, to organizations who are working with refugees within the city of Zurich. And even then, while they were really happy about the contact and really supportive, it was still a long way to go to get people from these groups into our volunteering program. The simple reason for that is that they need a different language. We can't use the same language that I would use when I speak to you. So we have people with who are living with cognitive disabilities in our volunteer program. So for these people, we had to challenge ourselves again to use simple language, to use short sentences. And when I was doing this work, that's what I mentioned with we have to overcome our own mindset. It was actually quite challenging for me in the first place, because I'm not used to, or I'm not spending my life in that kind of community. So therefore, we have to overcome these challenges. Also, in terms of language, we have to provide translations into different languages, especially when we want to reach people who are coming from different countries as refugees. They are not fluent in German, in Zurich, or also English, so we have to go the extra mile to translate that into their languages. So we went to the asylum organizations within Zurich. They translated the announcements into 30 different languages. And also it was quite nice, and during the first training, one of the guys came to me and he said, I saw that in that newsletter that you posted there in these 30 languages, and that's why I applied to become a volunteer.
But, I mean, the legacy of this also is something we can get into a little later on. But yeah, I'm also interested to hear about the safeguards you put in place in the charter, but we'll come to that in the next round, if that's okay. Just to remind everybody, if they've got questions for the panel, the QR code is there to submit questions, and we'll pause in about 15 minutes to do a round of questions here. Just before we do, let's do another round here and come to you, Lisa, to start with. And you talked about kind of the general sort of global risk factors at major events. We've heard from others that Switzerland is a relatively low-risk context, but not a risk-free context. So perhaps you can share some insights on the risks as you found them when you saw them in Switzerland, and for which communities particularly you saw as at risk in the context of this event. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I have to say I'm very happy to be able to discuss this question now here, because when we raised a year ago the idea of doing a risk assessment in Switzerland, like the first reaction was always, Switzerland is such a low-risk country, there are no risks. So apart from the fact that there are human rights risks in Switzerland, I think it's also an excellent training field for maybe more complicated contexts where you can learn how to do better. But actually there are risks. All of the risks I mentioned before are also salient in Switzerland. We have the risk of restrictions on freedom of expression. For instance, in my home country, Bern, the two main squares where usually public assemblies take place are now big fan zones. I love these fan zones. I have to say I always go with my kids, but still these places during month are not available for protests. Then we have the risk of poor working conditions of contingency workers, which was not inexistent, but not that I would say the risk was fairly low due to quite strong working regulations in Switzerland, and because also there was no need of additional construction work, for instance. But there was an interesting risk we realized on the go. For instance, the Swiss Football Federation was looking for, they wanted to train female stadium speakers because they realized there are practically no female stadium speakers. And they said, well, we'll train you during the Women's Euro, but we won't pay you. And it made like a huge debate. And I think in the end, they ended up not paying them. And the women, I think they were just lucky to, or happy to have this opportunity, but it shows how long the way is still we have to go. Then, of course, there are also risks of discrimination and sexualized abuse. There were reasons to say that these risks are higher in this context because we were expecting a much more diverse audience, more women, more gender minority groups, so more potentially affected and targeted people. But at the same time, there were a lot of hints for the risks being lower because that audience, that diverse audience, was very sensibilized already and trained in or usually applies a do no harm behavior in that kind of setting. So, but there were the mechanisms which were already mentioned, and we will deep dive into that, these risk mitigation mechanisms for sexualized and gender-based violence put in place. Then another risk we assessed, or the responsibles assessed, was inclusion and accessibility for people with disabilities, of course, but then also inclusion means also, for instance, all gender toilets, or having an equal share of women and men stewards, because women would not like to be searched and touched maybe by male stewards, and that could prevent them from taking part. So a whole list of risks, potential risks on accessibility. And then, of course, with the Women's Euro, the risks for children's rights have to be assessed as well, because many families and children were to be expected. So, for instance, one of the risks is the health risk of children. And I was, for instance, happy to hear that at least during the first days where we experienced the real heat wave here in Switzerland, people were allowed to take water into the stadium, and I think a learning is also to install more water fountains for the future for this kind of events. I haven't spoken so much because we will also deep dive into that in the other panels about the risks of athletes. Of course, also their risk of being sexualized, abused is very salient. We saw that at the winning ceremony of the last Women's World Cup. And then also, even though it is not connected directly with the risks of the tournament, it affects the manner of how they can, the performance of the player on the field, if their overall conditions are not decent. So I think that also has to go into the risk assessment.
Thank you, Lisa. And we'll follow the same kind of flow as before with coming to you, Laura, to think about institutional responses to these types of risk patterns and the good practices you've seen and would recommend to event owners, event organizers. Thank you.
Great. So it's probably going to be a mix between things that have happened and things that we'd recommend either way. A lot of what has been mentioned, right? So I think back to the sort of gender responsive due diligence is then also taking that through to your mitigation actions. And one example would be if we think about grievance mechanisms, right? Like taking a safeguarding perspective to those, making sure that they're staffed appropriately, that you have women being able to receive grievances who may be able to deal differently or in a more, let's say, appropriate manner with issues that affect women differently than they affect men. So I think that sort of goes back to my point around considering the underlying risk factors and risk drivers and really making sure that whatever mitigation you put in place is responsive or links back to the extent possible to those risk drivers. I think another point is in relation, and I think Alex, you touched on it, sort of the way that female athletes and players tend to be subjected to a lot more online abuse and sort of hateful language, etc. Online, there's obviously something that event organizers can do, and that's countering the narrative first of all, but also being very clear about what's acceptable, what's not acceptable on channels that they control, right? First of all, so social media channels, etc. That are actually managed by the tournament, but also offering sort of protection to players and athletes who have faced that kind of abuse. And there's some staggering statistics on that, which I'm sure people are familiar with. And also in all of that, engaging the people that you want to, or who the risks that you want to mitigate relate to. So be it players and athletes and their representatives, but also other other groups, including marginalized groups. I think it's really important to hear from them, to listen to them, not only with their perspective on whether we actually got the risk right and understand the risk dynamic behind it right, but also whether what we're actually putting in place is considered effective by them.
Thank you very much. I think a mixture of reflections and recommendations, some things we've seen in practice, some things we hope to see in practice. Coming to you next, Alex. We've heard a lot about Euro 2025. It's not the only tournament taking place right now. There's 3 other continental competitions taking place right now. And we've heard that the conditions and experiences there are variable, to say the least. So perhaps you can give some insights into the more global picture, zooming out from Euro 2025.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, William. Like I said before, Euro 25 is the gold standard of Confederation Championships. But it's still not perfect. There are still improvements to be made, prize money, distribution, conditions for players, also the marketing and planning of these tournaments and preparation for the tournaments. Like William said, there are 3 other tournaments happening at the moment across other confederations. One is in the OHCHR region, CONMEBOL, which is South America, and then also in CAF, which is in Africa. So what we do at FIFPro is we have a team out in all of those competitions so that they are present to meet with players, meet with confederations, meet with federations, and just generally have visibility across the tournaments. For us, it's a very important exercise to be able to do this every 4 years. And we started this process in 2022, and we survey players after the tournament to gauge an understanding of their experiences. Again, a vital exercise for us at FIFPro to be able to push some of our social partners into improving these conditions for players. So at CAF, and so that's in Africa, and CONMEBOL, I'll give the example of CONMEBOL in the first instance. So we have a team there now, and we have reports back from our staff that the visibility of the tournament is so minor that taxi drivers who are driving our staff to and from games don't even know that the tournament's taking place. One game sold 30 tickets, so the stadium was completely empty. So if you compare that to actually what's happening at the Women's European Championships, where they're regularly selling out 33,000, obviously the distinction is quite vast. So this is a confederation issue, this is a FIFA issue. This is a real issue for players to have visibility, because obviously the markets in women's football are not as developed in men's football. Therefore, the opportunity for players to move to and from clubs and to gain, some economic independence and more economically viable careers often comes through these tournaments. So, of course, it's extremely important that the visibility of these tournaments and the investment and the care is given to these tournaments. And we often say at FIFPro it's not a lack of capacity, it's a lack of will, and we see this across confederations. It's the same for players at CAF, so that's in Africa. Alex Chidiak mentioned it in her opening. We have players on hunger strikes, players refusing to play the opening game. And this is due to non-payment. This is due to the absolutely appalling and abhorrent treatment that these players experience, not only from their federation, but also their confederation, which is CAF. Players with bed bugs, players in single rooms with 2 people, no air conditioning, not enough food. The list goes on and on and on and on. And I think whilst we all sit here and celebrate rightly the Women's European Championship, it's our responsibility also to share these messages and also challenge these organisations. Obviously, for us at FIFPro, it's a massive, it's a massive part of our work and something that obviously we don't take lightly, the experience of the players. And some of, what I always say to the staff is when you come back from these tournaments, it's really important that you take a couple of days off to decompress, because the experiences that you have while you're there and the stories that you listen to are actually heartbreaking, because these players are also playing for their national team in the highest competition in that confederation. They're not treated like, it's very dehumanised, and never mind being treated like elite athletes. So I think what we always try to be solutions orientated as well. So first of all, we're visible for the players, we're available for any type of legal work that's required, which usually comes as a consequence of us being at these tournaments. We also survey the players, for example, and what we did in 2022, after we surveyed the players, we share this feedback back with the confederations, and we offer opportunities to enter into dialogue with FIFPro through our divisional representation to try and come up with solutions to improve these tournaments. OFC did this brilliantly. Actually, we sent feedback to them in 2022, and for this tournament, they've taken that feedback. They've applied for the FIFA funding, which is available to all confederations. Some confederations use it, often many don't. But OFC did take the opportunity to do this, and they've improved the conditions for their players. And then we will obviously survey the players again, because it's important that we generate an evidence base over a period of time. So I think, you know, the circumstances for these professional players, and what you also have is the professional players who go to these tournaments at CAF are not, a lot of them don't play football on the continent. So they're playing for big clubs, they're playing for Real Madrid, they're playing for Barcelona, they're playing for Atletico Madrid. So then they come back to these tournaments, and not only do they have better treatment at their clubs, but they also feel the weight of responsibility to improve the conditions for a whole continent, and it's unfair. You know, it's not the responsibility of the players, even though they have such a powerful voice. They're athletes at the end of the day, and they're to play football through a very short career. So I think for us, it's something that is an ongoing issue.
Yeah, thank you for showing that extra context. I think it's easy to see things from the perspective of Switzerland in this competition and how much support and visibility it's got without really focusing on these other continental competitions happening at the same time. So thank you. Priscilla, we come to you. And you gave kind of an overview touching on some of the practical measures UEFA has in place. We're also getting questions through from the audience. So we can weave one of these in as well, which is around steps being taken to mitigate online harassment. So if you can touch on that as well as the other sort of practical mechanisms and instruments UEFA has in place. Thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. It's a long list, William.
Maybe time just to list.
But I mean, that's a testament to the work that we've been doing together and trying to improve. I'll start first with the personnel element, because there are people operationalizing this both on-site at the stadium, but also in the back office. So we have sustainability managers for each of the venues who are in charge of operationalizing accessibility, human rights, and the environment, and they work with a body of volunteers on site on the match day. We are one of the only projects who has one person per venue. It's also another testament to how much of an investment that we've put in this area. So the sustainability managers, and I say this because I wear my hat as a human rights expert in the back office, but also the sustainability manager for the best stadium, Bern. Not biased. And just to give you the framework, there's a lot of mechanisms that are then operationalized on site by the managers and the team, the wider team in Lyon. The first element, of course, is on child and youth protection. We mentioned this as one of the key areas that came out of the risk assessment. So really looking at how the security measures are in place in case we have an issue of a lost child. We highlighted quite specifically the health and well-being element to this, and being that this is a family-friendly tournament and environment, there was key things that we needed to make sure we did right and that we emphasized, and the elements of the non-smoking ban, which has been challenging. We mentioned this in the board last week. It's better than it usually is in these stadiums when they're used in the normal season, but it's, of course, not completely implemented. And we've pushed an extra bit through this week and the next couple of matches with the security team to enforce that. On accessibility, just in general, UEFA has quite an elevated service when it comes to accessible seating and services. In a stadium, when we go to a stadium, we don't immediately assume that a wheelchair space can be used as a wheelchair space. We implement a system of seat kills, so killing the rows in front, just to ensure that there's adequate sight lines. We implement easy access seats, so for people with other disabilities or with low mobility, that they can also attend a match. And both of these accessible seating brings a companion with them if they want to. This is also reflected in the services, so we have priority lines when it comes to the concessions. We have ADC, so audio descriptive services for partially blind and blind spectators, and also in our personnel. So for volunteers, we also encourage people with disabilities to also be part of our personnel. I've got one volunteer who attends his shifts with a tandem, so that he's able to also take part in the event experience. Because I'm going to touch on the topic anyway, I was going to bring this up. We do have an online abuse platform. The first time we ran this was actually at the Women's Euro in 22. It's now something that we run during all of our finals and all of our other tournaments. Of course, this is reactionary, so the platform is live the day before the match, during the match, and the day after the match, where we analyse all the social media platforms of the players, the referees, the coaches, team staff, and our UEFA platforms. And we work with the social media platforms to remove the most prolific forms of hate, with limited, of course, success, specifically with the changes of regulations in some social media platforms. You can think what. We also, and I think maybe the two big hitters specifically for this tournament relates to our reporting mechanisms. So we have two reporting mechanisms for the tournament. The first is the grievance mechanism. This is running tournament-wide, so it doesn't matter if you're in the stadium, in transport, in and around the fan zone, in the host city, etc. If you experience or witness any instance of discrimination, harassment, abuse, or otherwise complaint, you can fill in your report online. We work with an independent law firm externally that assesses the cases, and then we work internally as a team to respond. So we respond to every single case. If it's related to UEFA, our team internally needs to respond. If it's related to transport, we liaise with the transport, etc. We also have an awareness concept that is running during the match time. So this is very stadium specific. And for those of you going to the match today as well, I urge you to have a look at this as well. So we have posters with QR codes that are localized. So you scan the QR code. If you experience, again, any instance of this discrimination or abuse, or you feel otherwise unwell, or you need to breastfeed, or you just want a quiet space, and an awareness team, we've worked with Lidl to develop this, and Guardian Angels, an awareness team will come directly to you to assess your needs, and either call the security team, take you to the safe space. And these people are trained. They're trained by an organization called Guardian Angels, who have quite extensive experience in awareness. And the Lidl team has also taken weeks of training in order to give this service. And lastly, because I know you're looking at me like this, there's also the element of adaptability, right? Because we've put all these measures looking at this before the tournament started, with the Human Rights Board, with the risk assessment, etc. But there's certain things that change when the tournament starts. So for instance, of course, the heat wave meant that we needed to put in a concept with the water bottles, providing water, etc. And Lisa is going to love this. But also with the element of the toilets. In the first couple of matches, before the tournament, we assessed how many toilets we needed to change to adapt to the tournament. And of course, still during the matches, and I'm speaking about Bern as well, but specifically the lines, the queues for the women's toilets were astronomical. So this is something that we needed to assess. So we brought in a lot more temporary toilets also around the perimeters of many of the stadiums, specifically for women, and we added gender-neutral toilets as well in some of the stadiums. So that's a development from our Human Rights Board last week.
Thank you, Priscilla. And I think, of course, we know with these processes that UEFA also publicly reports, and we'll see lots more detail later on after the tournament. So thank you. Katharina, go back to volunteers and the kind of legacy you see from that volunteer pool you've recruited and the mechanism you've built in terms of in terms of the charter. Brief word on those things, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Exactly. So tapping into what UEFA is already offering in general in terms of human rights, we wanted to give a face to that human rights activities. So we created a volunteer charter for all our volunteers with 4 basic guiding principles that we expect from our volunteer group. We're representing the values of women's football. We ensure that everyone has a safe environment where they can have a positive experience. And if you're interested in the other 4 and in the details, I can share that with you later, being mindful of time. I think what we wanted to achieve with that is to share the responsibility for a decent work environment within our volunteer group with the volunteers. So with every single volunteer, they have the responsibility to take care of everyone around them to some extent. And if they see or observe harassment, or if they experience it, they have a clear structure or plan to who they can go to get support, either through awareness volunteers that we have in place as well in the fan zone, or they can come to the volunteer management, or to official counseling services within the city of Zurich. So that's what we've provided for our volunteers. And what was the second question?
In terms of the legacy you expect, having created this really interesting and diverse pool of volunteers.
Yeah. So again, referring to one guy who's living with a cognitive disability, I think here he came to me the other day and he said, I want to help to promote women's football also in my community. It's not very well known. I was not aware that the Women's Euro is taking place in Zurich right now. So I think that's one legacy. We managed to include different groups of people in our community, and they can now spread the message and also promote women's football. That's one thing. And the other thing that I hope we can implement in the city of Zurich, and potentially also someone else is going to pick it up for future big events, is that volunteer charter can be reused and implemented in other events. That obviously would be the nicest thing after all the work that has been put into that with a lot of different departments across the city of Zurich.
Thank you so much, Katharina. We've got 5 minutes left, or we'll take 5 more minutes just to wrap up. And there's a few questions coming through. Priscilla, you've answered a few of the ones that came your way, particularly around how UEFA processes and addresses the grievances and in terms of the online abuse and harassment monitoring. Let's do one final round with a minute each. But as you kind of think of your closing remarks in the way of sort of recommendations for future event owners and hosts, but maybe lesser resourced future event owners and hosts. That's one of the questions that's come through here as well. We're thinking about what's achievable in the broadest possible context. And there's been another interesting question. I don't know if anyone wants to think about this when we come to you around sort of gender equitable decision making, including in things like procurement, and how you counteract potential corruption, potential bad decision making by really mainstreaming gender decision making into processes. But I don't know who wants to try and take that one. But let's have another minute each and come around with some closing remarks and really focus on recommendations. Thank you. We'll start with Lisa.
So we're not supposed to answer.
Only if you want to answer that question, but
okay.
Really just general closing remarks and recommendations.
I mean, I'm not sure whether I understood well the first question on resources, but resources up to now in mega sporting events has not been an issue. I mean, there was so many money in Qatar. There will be a lot of money in Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of money in the USA. So money is not an issue, or should not prevent organizers from putting in place mitigation measures and the thorough human rights due diligence process in any context. So that would be one of my key takeaways anyway. No context is free of human rights violations, so the responsible for the delivery really have to go through this thorough human rights due diligence and really apply a gender-sensitive lens or perspective to it. I don't know if many of you know, but there's also a gender framework of the UNGPs. It's really worth reading them because they really focus on how all these risks can be and should be assessed and implemented with a gender-sensitive lens. And then the third point is really that communication is key. That was really an aha moment for me when we heard last week a fan from Wales saying, if our fans would have known that there are so good mitigation measures and there's zero tolerance policy against discrimination, etc., many more at-risk fans would have come to Switzerland. So I think we can do better at really communicating about the mitigation measures inside, like internally, so everybody's trained on them as well, but also externally to really reach everybody.
Thank you very much. Lara.
I'm going to say something about procurement, but it's not going to be a response to the question. But actually, another thought that just came to mind in relation to procurement is something, is there something in relation to a gender lens to procurement, not in the sense that the question was asked, but also in the sense of a mega sporting event supporting women-owned or women-run, women-managed businesses, right? Now that's something where perhaps there's a resource implication to that. So it may not necessarily be a quick one, but I think an interesting one to consider. And we heard one example earlier with regard to who manufactured the footballs. In terms of some, and I guess that's where that first question went to, right? What would be some sort of quick wins or sort of easy to implement? And I think there's a couple. I mean, human rights due diligence doesn't have to be super costly or super complicated, right? A lot of the things that we've heard throughout, speaking to people, making sure that you engage with the rights holders in human rights speak or with your stakeholders, that doesn't have to be a costly process, right? You can do that early. Starting early, again, is something that is, doesn't depend on having resources available. It's not impacted by that. So doing that, listening to different voices, and then also I think sharing your experiences. There were so many great examples on this panel and also throughout the day so far, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more. I think making those things more accessible, making those stories more accessible in a very, I like the practical angle from Lisa earlier, in a really practical way. What specifically did you do, right? Katarina, you gave some really great examples. I think that's something that on the one hand helps for tournaments or mega sporting events with less resources, but also it's something that they can do because there's surely good practices in every, or sort of interesting and emerging practice in every context.
Thank you. Alex, final word to you.
Yeah, thanks, William. No, I'll just keep this quite short. I think from our perspective, it's really important that we listen to the players. I think prioritising their needs and their voice. I think what I've worked at FIFPro for nearly 4 years, and to every problem that we have, the players almost always have a solution. And I think that their voice should be at every decision-making level, where the preparation for a tournament, the development of a tournament, because obviously without the players there is no tournament. So I think that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Alex. Priscilla.
I'll also be really brief. On my end, it's really to invest in structured engagement and collaborative action, and to do so as soon as you can, really. I think the first time round, our first go, was quite rushed. It was an entirely new process for many of us to work together in that way. We did it a lot better this year. I think there's still some way to go. But yeah, to do that as soon as possible in the chain. The other thing is to report on, Laura just said this as well, but to report on what's happening. On our end, we do have the ESG report at the end of the tournament that outlines everything that we did in that respect. But also last year we had the insights from the centre on the human rights specific measures and how they worked, and this fed into our learnings. And I think a lot of things were improved this year because of those insights and the reporting. And of course, for the tournaments to come as well, we're going to rely on the feedback from the stakeholders.
Thank you. Yes, so seeing this is very iterative, and a good example from you, Katarina, for volunteer programs in future cities too.
Sorry, I need to tap into the resources very briefly. I agree. There is no direct cost, or the direct cost is not very high, but there is an indirect cost in terms of the exchange with different stakeholders. I think that should not be underestimated. If you really want to include everyone, it does require time. In terms of future tournaments, and again, relating to the Women's Euros, I think from my perspective, working in a host city, I think it would have been lovely to be a bit more included by UEFA from the beginning, to set up that volunteer charter or decent human rights or working conditions for the fan zone volunteers. I think that probably is a gap that could be closed for future events to involve host cities a bit more.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the whole panel. Please, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you very much to the panel. Let's give them one more hand. Folks, we are running a bit into overtime. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a very short comfort break. There are restrooms to the left out here for women. There are also on one floor up on the mezzanine, there are restrooms. We're going to make it very short. So be sporty about it, and we will kick off again at, let's do 25 past the hour, Swiss time. And we'll start with the second panel. So 25 past, second panel.
fans are paying £2,000. Like a season ticket, I really, I suppose, is like £1,000. Everyone's like going crazy because it's too expensive. And there it's like, not even the league's not as big, you know, like in terms of number of teams. And it's like, they're still prepared to pay that money because the product's good, like the match day experience is good. It's like,
You're right here. No, you're right there. Yeah, there's Sarah. Paulina's gonna be right there. Well, and I'm gonna pull this around so I'm actually looking at it.
I was like, this is a fireside chat, right?
Have a conversation.
Saturday, no, not full church, but I think you're going to the game tonight? Oh. Like, that was my reaction. Man, I used to be able to handle jet lag and like kickboxing. Now I'm like, 9 o'clock kickoff. 9 o'clock kickoff. That's the middle of the night. So, yeah. Yeah. 6 o'clock is sweet. That's nice. That's good right there. That's solidarity in action. That is. Yeah. That's how we roll. Yeah. Let's talk about unions. It's okay, Sarah. We'll wait for you. We're on your time. On the topic. That's right. That's right. I'm waking up now. I feel good. I'm ready. Just need a little caffeine. Where's home for you? There. Okay.
Works if you turn it on. Okay, we're going to get started here. Okay, Paulina. Do we have Paulina? Tomczyk. Oh, Sarah's got you right. No, right.
I think you're there. And you're right there.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Trying to move us around. Say again? We're good. All right. Okay. Well, the only problem is that the longer I wait, the less time I have, and I don't want to shortchange your meaningful discussion. Okay, well, I'll say a few things that will get us started, but it won't matter if I go. Okay, so we're going to get started with our second panel, which is evolving working conditions in women's sport. So let's get right down to it. We have a lot of players' associations in the room. We have, different voices here, and it's important that we talk about evolving working conditions. We've talked today about women's sport long being shaped by inequality. I mean, there's just been, and it's inequality in many forms. There's unsafe working condition, lack of investment, enduring discrimination, sexism, harassment and abuse, all these things, right? This isn't new. But there's also structural inequality, right? And now we get to 15% of sports coverage spotlights women's sports, leadership positions, and we'd like to see more women in leadership positions. People like Lisa Klaveness, Cindy Parlow-Cohn in my part of the world, they're the exception, not the rule. But all of that said, we're at a moment. We're having a moment. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and it's not equal. It's not happening equally in different parts of the world, but we're seeing investment in women's sports. I think all of us can agree that we're finally seeing now more investment happen.
and the kind of investment that we're seeing, right? It's billionaires, right? People with significant means, which means patience, which means the ability to then turn the corner. But how has this investment translated into working conditions and better working conditions? So these are some of the questions that we want to talk about today. And I'd like to acknowledge or just, give a hat tip to Rita French, who isn't with us today, but in a recent article in the World Economic Forum, she outlined 5 key actions to drive change in this respect. 1, investing in gender equality pays off. 2, we must challenge the myth that women's sports lacks value. Joe, you can talk about that for sure, and Megan, you as well. We need a sports system that's designed for women from grassroots to elite, including safe environments, proper facilities, and gear that actually fits. Fair play matters, that's the 4th thing, and countries like Australia and Spain are showing it's possible. And finally, leadership is critical. From federations, broadcasters, and sponsors alike, we need leaders to drive lasting change. So today's panel, we're going to look at different perspectives and different voices shaping the future of women's sports. So we're going to start with Paulina Tomczyk. She's the Secretary General of EU Athletes, the union representing elite athletes across Europe. And in this role, she drives policy and advocacy efforts around athlete representation, welfare, and rights at the European level. Then we have Colm Hickey. He's the Women's Football Development Manager at UEFA. Colm, you're the author of UEFA's minimum standards for women's football, and is a former labor rights-focused academic. What I think is most important about all of this is that these standards that were developed with extensive stakeholder engagement, which is best practice in human rights work and labor rights work, including with FIFPro, and that these minimum standards are supported by FIFPro, which is important. Megan Burke is the Executive Director of the NWSL Players Association, the National Women's Soccer League in the US, the Players Association for that. Megan has led landmark agreements guaranteeing contracts and free agency while ending systemic abuse in the league. We're going to talk about what happened in the league a few years ago. Former professional football player, she's also a criminal defense attorney who has advanced marriage equality, civil rights, and justice in marginalized communities. Sarah Gregorius really needs no introduction. She is known to many of us, but in her current role as the Senior Director for Sport at the NWSL, again, the National Women's Soccer League, she's going to play off of Megan talking about what has happened in the NWSL in light of a situation where trust between players and their employers was just completely broken. And how do you come back from that to something of what they're trying to achieve today, which I think is a very important conversation. So in Sarah's role, she looks at performance standards, best practices across clubs, and works closely with clubs and the Player Association to ensure the leagues hits its international benchmarks for player welfare and development. As many of you know, she was formerly Director of Global Policy at FIFPro and has championed athlete rights and equity. She's also a former international for New Zealand, a 2-time Olympian, and has played professionally in Germany, the UK, and Japan. Did I miss any countries? Nope? Okay, all right, good. Just making sure I get that right. And finally, rounding out our panel is Jo Osborne. Jo Osborne is from Sky Sports. She is Sky Sports' first head of women's sports, appointed in March of last year, March 2023, after a 20-year career at Sky, including serving as executive producer. So in your current role, Jo, you lead Sky's strategy to grow audiences, champion women's sports rights, and establish Sky as a leading investor in women's sports across the UK and Ireland. So together, these people are not just playing a role in this system, they're changing it. So let's dive in. All right, Pauline, I'm going to start with you. In your role as the General Secretary, you work closely with athletes across a wide range of sports and countries. Can you outline some of the key challenges when it comes to conditions of work for athletes, particularly women, and how are these evolving? So set the stage for what the context is.
Thank you, Mary, and it's really a pleasure to be here to discuss this important topic. In our organization, we have 28 player and athletes associations from different sports and different countries. And indeed, it's a wide range of sports. So I will not be talking about football. We have other people talking
There's
about
enough football being
Exactly. Exactly. So it's a wide range of sports, mainly team sports, including volleyball, handball, rugby, but also cycling, athletics. Increasingly also athletes in Olympic sports tend to organize in player and athletes unions. So I think, of course, there is a progress. There is more investment. There is more visibility. There is growth in women's sports in Europe that may vary from country to country, from sports to sports. Very often, this is something that is driven by the players, by the player associations, and we have heard already some of the examples in the previous panels. I think, unfortunately, when it comes to the issues, they are quite similar as well. What we hear about low salaries, athletes actually having to cover a lot of travel expenses, medical expenses, having to deal with their own injury, not having enough supports in terms of mental health, maternity, you name it. There are really many gaps there. But I think there is a fundamental issue. There is a fundamental problem that we have to overcome in order to see real progress in women's sports and maybe in sports in general as well. And this is about the worker status. So in sports, but more in women's sports, women athletes are often categorized as amateur, freelancers, self-employed, semi-professional. But at the same time, they're being asked to put an amazing amount of work to really to act as a professional, but not being treated as such. And it's not just undermining and not fair, but it has really real consequences when it comes to the working conditions. Because if you're not a worker, you're not protected by the labor standards. And this is the issue. We are here at the ILO, and I think there should be no doubt that if an athlete earns income through competitive sports and they act under the direction or control of a sports organization, they are a worker. But still, because of traditional structures or certain ideas or doctrines of autonomy of sports organizations, of specificity of sports, clubs, federations, leagues often get away with not recognizing women as athletes. And this has real consequences. Working at the European level, I also see that this topic of professional athletes and their working conditions somehow gets left behind in the policy making. So when we're talking about gender equality in sports, it often focuses on leadership, media, coaches, gender-based violence. This is extremely important, but doesn't tend to deal with the working conditions of athletes. And on the other hand, when we're talking about labor and social policies, athletes, again, because they are not classified as workers, they are not there. So in the end, no one is really dealing with that issue. No one's really trying to help. So I think this is the most fundamental issue that we have to take care of to further advance the topic of working conditions.
Terrific. You know, you reminded me of something. So we all have previous lives. In my previous life, I was an executive at Women's Professional Soccer, WPS. And we were signing professional players. It was a professional women's league that preceded the NWSL. And I remember them signing players from Germany. And this is back in 2009, 2010, I think, 2009 about. And the players that were coming from certain countries in Europe were not on professional contracts. They couldn't be released because the bylaws of their football federation didn't contemplate a player being professional and female at the same time. So this was a policy issue, right? That was what you're talking about. So these players couldn't be on loan. They couldn't, like their employer now is trying to sign these players, right, to a professional contract. And we're trying to do the player transfer, and they couldn't process it because that involves processing a transaction for a professional player, but the player's female. So this is one example, I think, of what you're talking about, which is where the policy needs to be updated with the reality, which is, you know, that you do have professional athletes who are.
No, definitely. I think it's, and another issue that we have is, of course, we can speak more from the experience of our player unions. But when athletes don't have this collective voice and they come from environments when it is not comfortable or safe or positive for them to speak out, we will not hear all those stories and we will not have a full picture. So I think that's why it's so important to work on this systematically, knowing already we have many stories, we have many anecdotal evidence that this is something that has real impact on athletes.
Well, and I was reacting to it as the employer in this case. So I was the employer trying to acquire the athlete, and that athlete doesn't have as much value, trying to capture their value if they're considered an amateur. So, I mean, it's also in the interest of the employer in terms of the value that they have of an athlete to be able to have that player on a professional contract. Colm, let's come to you while we're talking about sports governance. I want you to talk about the work that you've done on minimum standards for women's football. And if you could sort of deconstruct why they're important and the stakeholder engagement process that was involved in doing it, because that's really the part that often isn't done quite right. So if you could talk about that, it'd be great.
Thanks, Mary, and also thanks to letting me join a really stacked panel.
As the token man. If there's anything that we're saying that you don't understand, we'll be happy to explain it.
My sustainability colleagues have informed me that my welfare support is near at hand. For us, we felt the minimum standards was motivated first and foremost by our goal to improve the work environments of our players when they're representing the women's national teams. So it is to say, the women's national, the minimum standards is earmarked for women's national team players. The second goal was to foster more meaningful, transparent relationships between our member associations, our NAs, and the players themselves. And we all know from experience, if we want successful strategic implementation, stakeholder engagement is needed from the very start. And it's not sending emails or a meeting, but it's about talking to the right people from the very beginning, being in the room.
With the right people.
With the right people. And sometimes I think that can get confused because the right people are both the people on the ground doing the day-to-day work, but also those C-suite executives, the decision makers, and we need a balance between having those two voices in a room. But most importantly, I think, and the very first people we talked to were the players. So we represent 55 member associations. We talk to representatives from our entire ecosystem in terms of players. And different countries are on different parts of their journey in women's football development, but we made sure that what was important to the players was at the heart of our minimum standards. I think then, and very importantly and very meaningful, our partnership with FIFPro. It was really important for us to have that voice in the room in the decision making. And then also we partnered with an external nonprofit organization institute that challenged maybe our groupthink and provided some expertise. The output of that work was a kind of bed of knowledge or knowledge source of over maybe 10,000 qualitative and quantitative data points. And from that, our team authored, not just me, but a collective group authored our minimum standards framework. And there we focus on first the athlete, sporting. And yes, we have to address that all women's national team players receive proper coaching, medical support, qualified doctors, registered, insured, same with physiotherapists, but also that they have kits that fit, that are tailored for women, that they have access to the proper training facilities, that their accommodation and travel are all geared towards them being the best athlete they can be. And then the second domain of the minimum standards is in governance. So looking at things, first of all, our collaborative agreements with their NAs, looking at
NAs being
our member associations.
Football federations.
Football federations. So that when you're playing for a Norway or a Sweden and you're on international duty, that there are guidelines there about your rumination, expenses, what you can expect. Secondly, pregnancy and parental support, acknowledging that a lot of our players are both primary or secondary parents, and the need for that need for nuance, a return to play from pregnancy or parental leave, what that looks like, that there are proper childcare provisions, breastfeeding facilities. And then in terms of education, acknowledging that not all our players across our entire ecosystem are professionals, and that we also have to incorporate a
Or if they're professionals, don't necessarily make enough to be set up for the rest of their life.
Exactly. And that we have to incorporate a dual career element, because the ecosystem is on different parts of that development journey. And I think the output, we're in that first maybe year and a half now, and we're seeing meaningful impact, but it's the outcome of deliberate collaboration and stakeholder involvement.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. Now, this is part of, it's an encouragement. So the program itself is it under Hat-Trick?
Yep. So the program is part of the wider Hat-Trick program. For those in the room, that's UEFA's wide solidarity payment. So it's incentivized funding. We know that like a big stick approach doesn't work, but the minimum standards framework for our national associations to access that money is only dedicated.
So you're rewarding.
We're supporting and encouraging our national
exactly.
federations with a very strategic. So, I mean, we can get into it later. But yes, the funding is deliberately earmarked for women's national teams under these provisions.
Terrific. And do the minimum standards extend into clubs at all, or is it mostly at the national team level?
Yeah. So the framework in this instance is dedicated to women's national teams when they're representing their countries. We recognize the importance of the domestic leagues and clubs, and kind of moving forward, we know that that's kind of the next key stakeholder to drive engagement.
Okay, terrific. And so it's reward. When I said rewarding, I just mean you're incentivizing certain behavior, and then if they accomplish that, there is funding to continue to do that work, which is terrific.
Yeah, I think the framework outlines a minimum criteria that has to be met, and the funding can be used to develop countries meeting that criteria.
Terrific. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Colm. Megan, I've given you an impossible task, which is to, in 5 minutes, talk about what happened. And I'm just going to apologize for that. And I'm going to stop talking here in a minute to let you just talk about 2021. What month was it? September?
Well, yes, leading up to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So talk about what happened in the NWSL. And the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you to the center for having me here on this great panel. Mary, thank you to you and to her generation of players. We're not on the stage today talking about the NWSL and where we are without players like Mary, who paved the way on the 1991 team and began the fight even before then. And thank you to all of you. At this moment we're living in, it feels more important than ever to be connected to our brothers and sisters from around the world who are doing similar work. So first of all, I'll just give you the one sentence version, and then I will back up and walk through the longer version. NWSL is where it is today because the players founded a strong union. This league would not be where it is without a strong union to serve as the players' voice vehicle. And that's critical because their labor management framework is exactly how we were able to achieve what we've described as a reckoning. What Mary just described in 2021, we've referred to as the year of the reckoning. The league was founded in 2013 out of the ashes of the WPS, which you just referenced, the predecessor league, which actually failed because of misconduct and bad behavior. And the league was formed without something so simple as an anti-harassment policy. I first came into this role, I started working with the union when it was first organized in 2017. Fast forward to 2020, and the union was ready to negotiate its first collective bargaining agreement, gave notice to the league, and in the same month we gave notice to the league, two players, former players, reached out to me, Mana Shim and Sinead Farley, and walked me through over the course of several hours an experience that they'd had years earlier with a coach who was still coaching in the NWSL. And I will not get into the details other than to say I recognize there are people in this room for whom what we need to talk about will be difficult, and I will apologize for that. Please take care of yourself. But to simply describe that conversation is nothing short of sexual assault and sexual harassment. And the players were concerned that the same behavior would be perpetuated against their friends and teammates across the league. And that coach was Paul Riley. I have no problem naming him, and I'll talk about how that ended up for him in the end. They wanted to make a report with new leadership and the league changing in 2021. And they asked me if there was a policy that they could make a report under. And the answer was no, did not exist. Their general counsel at the time said, of course we have a policy. And when I asked for it, a copy of it, many, many times, I never seemed to get a copy. So it did not exist. It was not on paper, it does not exist. A policy cannot live in someone's head. These two players did not intend on going public. They simply wanted to prevent what happened to them from happening to someone else. Fast forward to April 2021, we drafted the policy for the league. We said, well, you keep saying there's a policy. There's no policy, clearly not. So we drafted it. We wrote it for them and gave it to them. Prior to the opening weekend of that season, Alex Morgan, many of you know her as a world-famous soccer player, but she's also a good teammate and a good human and a leader. And she got all 200-plus players together to sign a letter to the commissioner and said, we demand that you adopt a policy, sent that email in the morning, and 2 minutes later, an email from me hit their inbox with, and by the way, here's the policy that you can adopt. Put your logo on it, move on. They took their time. We started CBA negotiations, and collectively, the players, the union, pressured the league into adopting a policy before the first game of the season. The first report of a violation of the policy was made, and an investigation ensued within 24 hours of the policy being adopted. It is not all of a sudden, we don't all of a sudden have harassment because we have a policy. The employer just all of a sudden knows about it because there's the process to find out. Through that summer, multiple instances of harassment, misconduct, and abuse were starting to come out as players looked around and realized, I'm not alone. And that was one of the most important things that happened in the reckoning, is players talking to each other and realizing, I'm not the only one. And this is going to keep happening unless I say something. They also were trying to get the powers that be to pay attention. And the reason you see a lot of articles and media coverage of the NWSL in 2021 is that was a result of having no other recourse. And the union continuing to fight for the players and continuing to negotiate a CBA, but players ultimately feeling we have to bring pressure to bear because we are not getting the results we need from the employer. Mary's right that in September of 2021, Meg Linehan, who's a journalist, wrote an article. It's a very explosive and difficult to read article, detailing Mana Shim and Sinead Farley's experience with Paul Riley, who was still at that point in time coaching the North Carolina Courage, also at the same time that a 15-year-old player was trying to enter our league and had no right to dictate where she would play. We were in collective bargaining during that period of time. In the morning of that article coming out, the 2 to 4 days following, and there were some very difficult conversations had. And ultimately what transpired is the players forced the league to shut down that weekend, and we had a late night phone call that went into the wee hours in the morning, where we talked about what are we going to do about this? We could shut this whole thing down right now. Ultimately, the players decided, through collective action, that this league was ours. It was not the billionaires to begin with. The game belongs to the players, and that this league was worth saving because it's ours. And so we issued 8 demands. On October 6th, 2021, play resumed after the games had been canceled that weekend. And it so happened that every single team was playing that night. It was Carly Lloyd's retirement game, and there was a national broadcast of the match that night. So in the 6th minute of each and every single game, players stopped playing. They stopped. And they walked to the center circle and joined arms in the circle and stood strongly but quietly. And in that precise 6th minute, the union issued our 8 demands. And the point was that we were going to force everyone else to get uncomfortable with us and reckon with what had failed for far too long. But we weren't just going to call attention to it. We needed to turn our pain into power and into action and have purpose. Among those 8 demands, which I won't detail here, were an investigation. We did not trust, when Mary talks about trust, we did not trust anyone except each other and ourselves. And so we demanded that we would conduct the investigation into the league. We didn't trust US Soccer, which ran the league during this period of time. We didn't trust the NWSL. We didn't trust the owners, the board of governors, their council. And so over the next several days, we negotiated a resolution that resulted in a joint investigation with our own representatives overseeing the investigation. And we'd have the opportunity to look with clear eyes into exactly what had failed so that we could determine exactly what needed to be fixed. We continued CBA negotiations through the rest of that year. And you might think after that, by the way, the commissioner resigned, general counsel resigned, half of the team's coaches or GMs parted ways from their employment during that period of time, including Paul Riley. More stories came out. And you might think they might want to hurry up and get a CBA done, but we still had a lot of work to do. And so we nearly went on strike. I think they finally realized at about 10 p.m. on January 31st, 2022, that we were serious about a midnight strike. When preseason was due to begin the next day, there were players who would not board flights or report to market until a deal was struck. And so there was an immense amount of power in workers coming together and exercising the one lever we always have, which is to withhold our services. So the first CBA established free agency for the first time, although it was a compromise version. It established player ownership and control of their own image rights. We can talk about that later. And a few other really important changes in minimum standards and terms and conditions of employment that significantly improved the player experience. One thing I left out about our timeline from the fall of 2021 is that a new player-involved investigation protocol was adopted, which meant basically that any player who was a prosecuting witness or a victim of an incident had the right to have a union representative present throughout that process, and to ensure that the process, that they understood what was happening, they understood the result, had an opportunity to weigh in. And that player-involved investigation protocol continues to live today. You would not find it in our CBA, by the way. We can talk about remedy in a minute. Fast forward through the investigation. As a result of that joint investigation, I had to write it down because I couldn't remember the numbers. We had 4 coaches who were permanently banned for life, 2 people who were suspended for 2 years, 6 people whose future employment was conditioned on certain terms, 6 clubs were fined, and there were 4 clubs sold because those owners were unable to continue to function responsibly. And the work continues. Then in 2023, we began negotiations under a new CBA that I'm sure we'll talk about at some point, but last summer, it took about a year, we announced a new collective bargaining agreement that for the first time in American sports respects the free agency rights of every player in the NWSL and guarantees every single contract.
So I do want you to talk a little bit about the CBA, or just elaborate a little bit, Megan, because you had a situation where just how do you find your way back? Right? Something like this has happened. Now, the things that you mentioned that you negotiated with, then there's a new commissioner that comes on, there's new leadership at the league. And how do you start to rebuild? And I think you said in another panel, trust is sort of every step is another opportunity to build trust. And you sort of take it one decision at a time to sort of build it back. Can you just talk a little bit about that? And then I want to go to Sarah.
Absolutely. I say this often, trust is a verb. It is an action. It is not an adjective or a noun. It is something that must be done. And in fact, I did jot this down because when we issued our 8 demands, this is what we said then, and it's what we remind ourselves, which is that we will be relentless in our pursuit of a league that deserves the players in it. And we reminded Jessica, the new commissioner, the new general counsel, and the leaders that be, that that was ultimately what this was about. And every single decision must be made with players in mind, and that we, as a union, would hold them accountable. Trust is not some warm, fuzzy, squishy thing for us. It is every single day, and at this point in the NWSL, I would say it's never assumed, still to this day. It is not freely given. We can share that recently a players' restitution fund was announced by the attorneys general's offices of 3 jurisdictions who opened investigations subsequent to ours. And that's an example where trust needs to continue to be earned through action. That it's not enough to just apologize. It's not enough to just say, we'll do better next time. That action must be taken. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, exactly. Sarah, I want to bring you into this, and then I'm going to come to Joe. Sarah, you were at FIFPro when some of this was happening, correct? What were the, I mean, you had this, but just in general, main challenges in terms of conditions of work, and what were the ripple effects that you were seeing based on what was happening in the NWSL during this time?
Well, probably from what Megan has described, you can see that it was fairly visible what was happening in the US and with the NWSL, and I think that in itself brought forward a lot for other players in other parts of the world. We had a lot of outreach at the time, a lot of inspiration, a lot of hand-wringing, a lot of, oh, I know this sort of stuff goes on in my environment, what can I do about it, what does this mean for everyone more broadly? I don't think it's any coincidence that a year later, in the build-up to the Women's World Cup in 2023, that we saw other protests from other national team players, from other professional players around the world. And certainly when we were out on the road after what had happened in the US, there was just so much chatter about what can we do with our time, what can we do with our moment, what can we do with the momentum that's been generated in the NWSL by those players. And I think you saw a lot of solidarity as well from other players around the world, and we offered obviously support to Megan where we could. We tried to offer support to other player unions who felt that they could pick up on this momentum. So it was a discussion that really snowballed, and I think we're still seeing some of the impact of what the US players have done, not just within the league but within the national team as well, to trailblaze and push for progress. And I think a lot of other players, even myself, like I take a lot of inspiration from that. I do think it takes, this is such an often used phrase, obviously you have to see it to be it, and I think it rings true for this type of situation as well. When I was a national team player, I took a lot of inspiration from what Norway did with their equal pay agreement with their federation, and that was the impetus that we needed to organise ourselves to push our federation for equal pay as well. So I just think there is so much momentum that was generated and is generated by the bravery of the women that have gone before us. But again, as Alex said earlier, it is just a shame that it takes that you have to hit rock bottom in order to have clarity about where we need to go next. Megan makes a really good point about trust, and I think now being on the league side, I can hand on heart say that the league is hopeful, but it cannot be expectant to have this and to regain that with the players. It's going to take a hell of a lot of action, a hell of a lot of behavioural change, ongoing behavioural change. And I think the players, all players, have a right to remain sceptical with their leadership, with the organising bodies, with the competition organisers, with their employers. I think that friction is still really needed in football and women's sports in particular, because unfortunately that's where we've seen progress. Proper, meaningful progress has come from that friction, come from the crisis that has been created around some of these issues.
Well, I mean, unfortunately it's the case, but the phrase never waste a crisis. I mean, it's a horrible thing what happened, but what do you then do with it? What do you then channel the energy into changing? Now, Sarah, just a follow-up question. You now work at the NWSL, right? So you left people. Talk about why and what drives you to now work for the employer in this case, and your role in working conditions for players.
One thing that really frustrates me, to be quite honest, I hear this within the player movement, and I apologise to my colleagues in there. I think that there is a kind of a damaging narrative that you have to be in the movement to advance the movement. I completely reject that. I think take Lise Klaversnes, for example. She's advancing player rights from the position that
Cindy
she's in.
Parlow-Cohn.
Exactly. They're from your position as well. So I completely reject that. I think there is it's such a reductionist attitude sometimes as well, to think that you have to stay somewhere in order to advance the movement. So my decision to leave was both personal and professional. I also experienced within the player movement, if we're being really honest, a healthy amount of discrimination, a healthy amount of pushback as well. And I think after 5 years of doing that off the field, but also 10 years of experiencing it on the field, I wanted to follow the breadcrumbs in terms of other areas where I could be part of the change. I experienced that as a woman, I experienced that as a person trying to advance women's football, and then obviously the intersection of the colour of my skin as well. So I was also, to be quite honest, pretty tired. I wanted to see what it was like to work for an organisation where
its sole existence and purpose was for women's football, and that's the NWSL, and that it has been very refreshing. But one of the when the league approached me to come and work for them, one of the first conversations that I had was with Megan, to be like, listen, are these guys for real? What is this going to mean? What does this look like? What has your experience with the new leadership taught you about this organization? And she was incredibly supportive for that as well. So I would like to think from the position that I have now within the league, I'm still part of the player movement advancement. I'm still part of that momentum, and I have different tools that I can access now in order to do that. And at the same time, from a personal perspective, I wanted to also see what else was out there. I think this side of the game and what I'm learning, which I'm sure Joe will talk about as well, is fascinating. There is opportunity to be more player-centric in those areas as well. So, yeah, I just, maybe that was like quite a statement at the beginning, but I just really feel that I have a different type of opportunity to do some meaningful work. And where I'm also blessed in a way is if I'm not doing that, if I'm not living those values, she's going to tell me. I think it's really important that there is a formidable opponent across the table from the league to check and challenge the progress that's been made, to make sure that it is more than just words, that it is action, that trust is trying to be reclaimed.
Terrific. Terrific. Now, we're going to move over to Joe, and we're going to take a bit of a mindset shift now. At the beginning, I talked about investment, right? An investment that is driving a lot of change. Joe, the driver, if not the key driver, in the value in sport is from broadcast rights. Was that an accurate statement to make?
I think more so in men's sport than women's, but
okay.
Yeah, the model is there.
Yeah, the model is that, right? And how those rights are produced and aired presents the quality of the product. So if you could talk a little bit about how does Sky view its responsibility for how women's sport is produced and for the growth of women's sports?
Yeah, of course, and thanks for having me. I'm learning a lot every single second from these panels, and it's an honour to be on it. And I think I'm a bit of a shift, because we've heard some really powerful stuff already. We are already the biggest investor in women's sports rights in the UK and Ireland, so for anyone who's not UK-centric in this room, which is lots of people, that's our role. We're a pay TV broadcaster. We have been investing in women's sport for 30 years. We have WSL football, WTA and US Open tennis, we have all the golf majors, cricket, netball, boxing, rugby league, lots more besides. So there's a responsibility there already, and we've heard, if you can see it, you can be it. We hear that a lot. Lots of people have rights that they don't air. Our responsibility is to air as many of them as possible, give those female athletes visibility. So we are consistently showing more women's sport than any other broadcaster in the UK. But it's also an opportunity, I think. My role speaks to it. There's still a real pervasive, I think, damaging narrative that women's sport is the right thing to do and only the right things to do. And it is the right thing to do. We want that equality. We are on that path, however we get there. But it's also a commercial opportunity. And still, until we start valuing it as a commercial opportunity, we will not make the right decisions to grow it. Now, there are lots of ethical things, and there's lots of things that go into that, growing it in the right way. But those decisions are really important. If we see it as a CSR initiative, we're not going to get there. So one of the big shifts, I think, in the last couple of years has been how do we start to bring that value? And one of the things that we've started doing is being a lot more curious about the audience. We've heard already that the audience is different in women's sport. It's even, that doesn't really touch the nuance that sits within it. The attendees are very different from those who are watching on television, are very different from those who are investing. So actually, how do we bring all those together? And we did some research earlier this year, and one of the things that came out of it was that 80% of UK sports fans are a fan of at least one men's and one women's sport, which is a very, very big addressable audience. Now, a lot of those fans won't be as committed as the ones that we see coming to games, as the ones that we see week in, week out, but they are there and they are interested. So if we just see women's sport as speaking to only a very small sliver of people, we miss that value. So it's about how we take all of these learnings and all the work that everybody here is doing, and we start to think, how do we actually value women's sport enough to drive it to a wider audience? So that's basically my focus, our focus, is how do we build habit, keep them coming in, week week out. After an incredible event like this, we don't have the rights for this. We do have the rights for WSL. 90% of games, 118 games next season, 3 times as many as we've ever had before. How do we get people watching those? How do we make sure that the superstars from this tournament
remain superstars week in, week out. And it doesn't just happen by accident. You can't just put it on and expect people to come to it. There's still a huge gap between the habit that is in the men's game and the habit that is in the women's game. And that's just one sport, one example. I'm really proud, particularly of our partnership, and it is a partnership, and we've heard the word trust a lot today already. We want to be a trusted partner to sport and overcome a lot of those barriers that sit with being a broadcaster, perhaps slightly outside the ecosystem that Sarah spoke about. I'm really proud of our partnership with England Netball. We've been there for 30 years, and they are just at the beginning of that journey to professionalisation. They are looking at the NWSL, they are looking at player associations across the world and saying, how do we get there? Like, players are just starting to be paid. We have ER doctors who are playing professional netball at the weekend. We have people doing incredible jobs that are then going out and being asked to do that. How do we protect them? How do we give them visibility? How do we grow their sport? And actually, over the course of that partnership, the participation in netball has doubled over the time. So we want to make sure that we're investing in a way that gives back to those sports. So I'm going to stop talking in a minute because there's lots of other lovely things here, but that's the on-screen side of it. I think there's also a really key off-screen side of it, and we're really proud to be a founding broadcasting member of the Centre for Sport and Human Rights. And actually the work that goes into behind the scenes, making sure that we can work really closely with our third-party suppliers. We've obviously fed into the responsible broadcasting framework to make sure that we can give both those third parties and everybody that's working for us everywhere the right tools that they need to make sure that everybody's safe. And we did that, just like Con was talking about, with brilliant stakeholder engagement, our brilliant internal networks, asking people what it was like to be there. And that helps us shape the stories we tell on stream and making sure that we are doing more than just celebrating those players, but telling the stories that need to be told. And there are lots of them, too many of the more negative kinds, but we want to make sure we tell those as well as the celebratory ones.
You talked a little bit about parity versus equity. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's something we think about a lot because we are coming at it from a space that houses a lot of passionate sports fans. But as you've referenced very early on in this panel, the system is not built for women's sport. The system is built for men's sport. So if we just lift and shift all of our techniques, everything we know about audiences, everything we know about broadcasting, from men's to women's, we will not get what's brilliant and what's distinctive about women's sport out there. We will not realise that value. So I'm going to go a bit off-piste with the sports, but we have a competition called the 100 in the UK, which is a new cricket competition. It's all about new audiences. It's all about taking out the jargon, taking out the complicated bits, who's winning, who isn't winning in cricket. If you're not a cricket fan, you'll be very familiar with this analogy. And it's just very simply 100 balls, and it's aimed at kids. That tournament was built between us and the England Wales Cricket Board with gender parity. So every team has a male, every franchise has a male and a female team. The women and the men play on the same day. There is equal pay. And when you do that in a sport that is so historically, and admittedly historically misogynist, like cricket, then you start to change things. So there are no longer batsmen in cricket in the main rules, there are batters. That competition and the work that's done there has changed the language and has changed how we view it. So actually, the way that we can be part of that change is really important, but the parity and the equity is vital, because equity is all about building the right ramp for what people need to grow, and we don't all need the same things. So what does women's sport need to grow? What do people love about it? Not the same as what they love about men's sport. And how do we make sure that we don't just lift and shift, or even worse, shrink and pink everything we know from men's sport onto women's?
Terrific. Okay, so we've talked a little bit. We ended with investment. We're going to stay with investment, and I'm going to do a speed round now. All right, so speed round. What does investment mean? And I'll start with you, Paulina. What does investment mean in terms of women's sport, in terms of better working conditions?
I think if we're talking about really improving working conditions and all the holistic actions that should be taken, we could understand investment in many ways that I was thinking about, but I will only speak about few in the interest of time. Because of course, it's not just about the money. The money that is coming into the sport is very important, and it is extremely important also that it goes to the players in the right way. But it does not itself guarantee decent work. I think one of the aspects is that the true investment must mean real binding standards, laws and policies that are actually enforceable. Not a long time ago, I've heard from one of our member unions about a case of a player who actually plays in a professional league, has a labor contract, but when she got pregnant, the club just decided to stop paying her. So the question is now, what can she do? I mean, of course, because she has a contract, she can enforce those rights, but it's important also that she has a support behind her. She has a union, she has advice, and she's able to do that, and she is empowered to do that. I think investment also means that political commitment to really address the underlying issues, and both from the governments and from the sports organizations. The issues that I've talked about before related to the worker status, to that concepts of autonomy of sports. I mean, here we are talking about fundamental human rights. So we cannot talk about autonomy of sports organizations if their conduct is violating the rights of the athletes. The governments also have to understand the role that they have to protect the rights of athletes, even if that comes from a sports organization. I think importantly, investment in collective structures, investment in player and athletes associations, and in social dialogue. Recognizing the role that the athletes associations have from both sides, again, from sports, from governance, and supporting the role of a social dialogue in defining and improving the working conditions and adapting them to the specificity of women's sports. And I think last important point to add, of course, player associations have a role to play there. Even within our membership, there is still a big predominance of male members in comparison to women members. In some sports, women were had more challenges to unionize, and I think it's extremely important that we support that as well, to have more members on board and to better support their improvement of the working conditions.
Okay, terrific. I'm up against Q&A time now, so what I want to do is I want to give you guys another shot at the investment sort of questions. I'm going to come to you, Colm, next, but I think just to make sure we get to the questions that the audience are asking, just give me what your thoughts are briefly. So, Colm, the work that you mentioned on minimum standards, we talked about that's an investment, right? Because there's money that UEFA is putting behind it, substantial amount of money that then are available for member associations who implement these minimum standards. How do you measure if you're moving the needle?
Yeah, and keeping it brief.
Yeah, exactly. It's a setup, right?
Yeah. Investment, we know now, isn't enough, and there's no way to escape. You just have to do the dirty work, and some people think it's boring, but it is strategic investment. You have to make your stakeholders accountable and report for where that money is going. You need budgets every year. They have to provide annual reports that then have to be audited. That's the only way that we can measure progress and understand that investment, strategic investment, is actually having a meaningful impact, and then be agile enough to change when we're not addressing the problems that we want to. And then very quickly, cultural values and change to face organizations where predominantly we have a gender imbalance takes an investment of time and energy. And if we want to change cultural values within an organization, we need commitment and investment of our time and energy to do so. There you go, Mary.
No, that was terrific. Megan and Sarah, so just looking at investment, in how does investment translate into economic benefits for players? So I know this is near and dear to you, Megan, just thoughts that either of you have on that.
I'll be happy to tackle it first. So first of all, in our recent collective bargaining agreement, which I can briefly answer your previous question, CBAs, unions need to negotiate collective bargaining agreements, yes. Under our newest collective bargaining agreement, we've established a revenue sharing provision with the league. So I'll skip the formula, but the bottom line is that a portion of media revenues, so if Sky were our broadcast partner, a portion of the rights fee they pay and a portion of sponsorship fees go directly into player compensation. And so it's really the principle behind it that matters, which is that as the league's business grows, players participate in that growth. An alignment of incentives is healthy. That is the key to really unlocking our potential and the prospective growth. And then additionally, I would say part of that is respecting the right of players to control their own image rights. Our group licensing program grew 170% in a 3-year period. The compound annual growth rate was 170%. I don't have 2025 numbers, but I'm expecting a well over 200% average growth rate. That is astronomical. And that is directly the result of the league respecting the right of the players to control their own image rights.
Okay, Sarah, anything to add?
Well, the league's, with this new revenue sharing model, the league has to invest into growing the business, because that's now going to directly benefit both the players and the organisation as a business. So I think the league needs to undergo a serious exercise in figuring out what type of investment needs to go in what specific areas. So if we're entering, so we have to renegotiate our broadcast deal in 2028, we need to put a healthy amount of the investment that we currently have right now into making sure that the on-field product is what it needs to be in order to maximise the opportunity that presents itself with the next broadcast deal. But we also have to go out and make sure that we are doing all of the other sort of contextual work around packaging the game well. That means getting bums in seats. That means providing an excellent match day atmosphere, which benefits both the players and the fans that are coming in. It's figuring out the best ways to monetize, to Joe's point, this pretty unique fan base. And that is done through both a domestic and international audience. So the investment needs to go into, to Colm's point, not just spending money in areas because you can, but doing that strategically so that we can grow the collective pie that now everybody in our ecosystem is benefiting from, players, clubs, the league as the competition organising body as well.
Great answer and great segue to Joe, right?
Oh, I love it. You're teeing me up.
Exactly.
Lots of brilliant points made already. My sort of 2 additions would be, it's a long-term investment. You have to be prepared for a long-term investment. We've over the last 10 years, Sky have invested over £18 billion into sport, and hundreds of millions of that will have gone into grassroots, because that's what long-term investment does. It gives your partners the chance to invest back into their players and teams. And the second bit would be investment in curiosity and being flexible. So again, it's not just monetary. Like part of our new WSL deal is giving the players right to in-game live clips, so that they can use the brands that they've built themselves on social media, because no one was building them for them, and they can take those goals and their teams can put them up and they can benefit from that. So understanding that you have to invest back into doing it differently to then all reap the rewards, and to Sarah's point, grow the pie.
Terrific. Okay, so I have 3 questions that we received from the audience. So I'm going to just tee all of them up, and then I'm going to ask who wants to ask each one, right? Rather than sort of going around. So the first question is, what plans are in place to better build the profiles of female athletes? How can social media be better utilized? For example, the NBA developed a super player culture to draw and keep audiences. So that's the first one. The second one is, what can stakeholders in sport, such as the male-dominated fields of sports broadcasting, do in their own environments to drive progress and positive change across the sector? Could greater off-field awareness support on-pitch development, and who should lead those efforts? So a couple of things there. Yeah, okay. Let's do that, and then I'll come to the third question. Go ahead, Megan.
In answer to the first question, it's group licensing. That's the simple answer. It's respecting the right of players themselves to control their own image rights. Social media is just a tool. That's not the end of it. Social media is a tool to increase a player's profile or brand awareness in the marketplace, but that's not the end game. It's simply a means by which you get to the end game, which is growing the pie for everyone. And so respecting the right of the union to control a group licensing program, or rather the players to decide where they go, and often, at least in our context, they assign it to the union that then monetizes those rights, increases the amount of money in the system, which is good for everyone. So to kind of echo something Sarah said, we talked about this yesterday. In our league and in women's sports, we should be less concerned with relative slices of a small pie and rather be focused on growing the pie itself.
So the other question, stakeholders in sport, such as do in their own environments to drive progress and positive change across the sector, sector could greater off-field awareness support on-pitch development, and who should lead those efforts? And you just said group licensing, so from your side, that's clear. Anybody else want to chime in on that? Colm?
Yeah, would you mind? I think, and this is not UEFA spiel, but we are in the midst of the Women's Euros. And I can only express, but everyone works hard, but how much hard work and how much collective hard work among all our stakeholders has gone into it, and is to communicate to an outside audience that we are at a crucial point in women's sport. Everyone feels it. We've always been up and down, but this next period is really important. And with the right effort and strategic investment, both time and financial, you can see the rewards, and it's here. I think we've matched our investment with the return. So prize money went up from 2022 to 156%. So we have 44 million now in the prize pot that's dedicated, and increasing our percentage to players from, it's now, of that dedicated pot, 30 to 45% goes directly to players. Even to our clubs off the back of the Euros, that's doubled. We're now paying from 4.5 to 9 million. Our viewership is increased. We're breaking records in stadiums. Over almost 500,000, 444,000 people came to the games. And that's before we get to the really fun stuff tonight. The
second part of the tournament.
The second part of the tournament, just the group phases. We're smashing through records. And that is to say, with the right time and investment and strategic approach, there is a return. The event horizon is further away, but it just takes hard work and committed people and committed stakeholders.
Terrific. Okay, and then I have one for Joe. The French Open famously hasn't scheduled any women's matches during the night session since 2023, which they blame on their broadcasting partner, which is
Sky, not Sky.
It's not Sky. Any thoughts on this as a broadcaster? So not that broadcaster, but as a broadcaster. And what can we do to change this narrative?
I mean, I do have thoughts. I can't speak to that relationship because that's not a relationship that we have with that tournament, but we are very proud to partner with the US Open, where they have had mixed night sessions for a very long time. Scheduling is key. Scheduling is key. That is all I will say. Like, where it goes is vital, and women's sport is trying to find its home in a very, very packed sporting agenda. There is a lack of space. Often women's teams don't own their own stadia. Like, there are lots of barriers there. So working really closely to build the right slots and to tell the right message with those slots is absolutely key. And it goes back to that language point. Language is so important. Just have a look when you're looking at news articles and all that kind of stuff on, like, how often does the men's score go first? How often is the woman the afterthought? And all those things have an impact on how people perceive women's sport. So if you're not going to prioritize women's sport in your biggest session with your biggest viewers, that's a message. You're sending a message, and there's no other way of reading it. So yeah, think very, very intentionally, and to Colm's point, strategically about scheduling, because every sport will be different, but it is absolutely key.
Such a great point. And we've seen that, when you see investment in the production of how women's sports are presented, it drastically changes people's perception of it in a meaningful way. Last word. So we've come in, now we're in extra added time. Actually, we're on time, but extra added time. So this is the sort of final thoughts that you would like to share. We have in the audience, in person and online, governments, sport governing bodies, player unions, sponsors, and other key stakeholders in what we call the ecosystem of sport. What recommendations do you have? Or what key learnings do you want to share with them as they go about doing their work? Just final thought, a minute each.
I would say listen to the players, work with the player unions, so together we can find solution instead of searching for excuses.
Succinct, powerful, love it. Colm.
I would echo what Lisa said. We can be value-driven. No, you dropped the mic.
As long as Megan and I didn't drop it, it's fine.
We can be value-driven and also have practical implications. I think there's real meaning for that. And to your point, always remember that we're putting our athletes at the center of what we do. They're the ones competing, and they're the ones that should be first and foremost our point of care.
Well, I suppose to the employers, the federations, the teams in the room, and folks who work for them, my friend, of course, accepted. If you want to avoid what happened in the NWSL, don't make the union force you to do the things you should do anyway. I strongly encourage you to negotiate legally binding, enforceable agreements. Promises are not legally enforceable. To the players and the unions in the room, negotiate legally binding collective bargaining agreements. And I'll leave you with the thought that if you don't believe in your worth and your value, you can't expect the person on the other side to do so. Know that you have value.
Sarah?
The players have professionalized, undoubtedly, over the last decade, through sheer force of will, sometimes. I think the rest of the industry owes the players, they have to take responsibility now for professionalizing themselves. There is so much unprofessionalism in a lot of the structures that steward the game that is holding back the continued professionalization of the game more broadly. The players are not holding it back. There is a lack of professionalism, I believe, in still a lot of the structures around the game at all levels. Player associations, governing bodies, leagues, clubs, and a lot of that can be blamed and sometimes excused for, we've been around for 100 years, we've only considered men's football, we've only considered this, we've only considered that. Now is the time to professionalize. You owe it to the players, you owe it to the sport. So I think that is the next phase for professional development of women's football and women's sports, is the structures need to professionalize.
Okay, terrific. Joe, last word.
I would say be curious. Make sure that you're asking the right people what they love, what they're enjoying, how you build it, how you grow something that's distinctive. Be distinctive would be the second one. Make sure that you are finding what's different, and be iterative. So we are not treading a path that's been tread before. We need to find out what works, and we need to keep pushing at those boundaries to make sure that it is going to be better. I think.
Well, and it's changing so quickly that it has to be iterative, right?
Yeah, exactly that. So we've got the chance to build for the future rather than on what's, obviously we're building on the footsteps of what's come before, but we're building something very different here. So we have to be iterative, but it's also a chance that women's sport should be changing sport, and it is changing sport, but we need to keep doing that.
Terrific. A round of applause for this incredible panel. Thank you very much. And Oliver, back to you.
Thanks very much, everyone. Another hand for a really important topic. Good news, you're not going to lose weight in this event. There's a coffee break scheduled now, and we're going to be back here for a last very, very important panel exactly at 10 minutes to 5. If you're late, you have to do 10 push-ups. So 10 to 5, enjoy your coffee break, and we'll be right back.
Yes, please, please, please. And I will. Can we please get back? I mean, you're already back. Those who are outside are not back yet.
Yeah, all good? Yeah, all right. Was it, were you able to hear the previous panel? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good, because that was awesome. Great, great.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. If that was thinner than that one, we're going to be around what the next
Yes? Shall we? Okay. Welcome everyone back into the room for this next session. I'm Guido Battaglia, working with the Center for Sport and Human Rights. For our next session, our panelists will address sensitive topics, including abuse, violence, harassment, which can impact us in different ways. As a reminder, on the Center's event webpage, we have put in place a list of resources you may wish to consult if you feel these discussions have affected you in unexpected ways. If you need to, please feel free to leave the room, take a call, or go for a walk. The ILO Staff Welfare Officer, Mrs. Daniela Menes, is available during the event to provide emotional support and psychological first aid if needed. A quiet room is also available for anyone who would wish to use it. You can refer to our staff to guide you and support. We're there. After this announcement, I'm happy to give the floor to our moderator for this last session, Chidi King, Chief of the Gender, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Branch at the International Labour Organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guido, and thank you for giving that trigger warning before we start and get underway. Folks, I am really so excited to be part of this conversation, not only because of the illustrious and amazing women that we have as our panelists, but also because of the topic to which they're speaking. Gender-based violence and harassment in women's sport is very much a topic that needs a spotlight shown directly into its very dark corners. We've seen the headlines, and we've at least guessed at the devastation behind those headlines. But those headlines don't necessarily capture the full story, the extent to which violence and harassment is a systemic or structural issue in women's sport. What about leagues, clubs, and events that are out of the glare of the spotlight? Is the growth in women's sport being matched by progress in establishing cultures of dignity, safety, and respect? what is being done and what can be done to safeguard athletes and to rid women's sports of violence and harassment. And since we are in the house of the ILO, let me give a shout out to Convention 190, which in 2019, quite late I would say, became the first international law to recognize the right of everyone to a world of work free of violence and harassment. That's everyone, regardless of employment relationship, employment status, etc. So our panelists are shining a bright spotlight on these and more questions. They also know each other well, so this promises to be an illuminating and fascinating conversation. We'll also have a bit of time for Q&A, so please do make use of the Slido, whether you're in the room or online, always, of course, in the spirit of respect, safety, and dignity. And as Guido mentioned, we're also very conscious that the issues raised may be difficult and distressing, and rest assured that we will be engaging with all due sensitivity and empathy. So I'm going to introduce all our panelists at once before starting into the questions. It really is a great privilege and pleasure to introduce Kat Craig, an award-winning human rights lawyer with over 20 years of experience supporting individuals and communities in promoting and defending their rights across jurisdictions worldwide. Kat is the founder and CEO of Athlete, a not-for-profit consultancy focused on sport and human rights. She's advised UN agencies, governments, players' associations, national and international federations, and elite athletes. And she's led global projects on gender equality and racial injustice. She's widely recognized as a leading expert in preventing and remedying both institutional and interpersonal violence in sport. Kirsty Burrows is head of the Safe Sport Unit at the International Olympic Committee, where she leads global efforts to strengthen safeguarding and promote mental health in sport. She serves as academic director of the IOC Certificate Safeguarding Officer in Sport. Her work spans local to international levels, shaping policy and practice in athlete protection. And from there, I'll move to Joana Maranhão, and I hope I pronounced that adequately, let's say, a former Brazilian Olympic swimmer and four-time Olympian. Joana is the current network coordinator for the Sports and Rights Alliance. She's a prominent advocate for athlete safeguarding. Her advocacy has helped extend Brazil's statute of limitations for child sexual abuse cases, and she's now leading efforts to establish a global survivors network to connect and empower athlete survivors worldwide. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Gabriela Garton. Gabriela is a professional footballer and former Argentina national team player competing in the 2019 FIFA Women's World Cup and winning the 2021 W League title with Melbourne Victory FC. She also holds a PhD in social studies from the University of Buenos Aires and is a leading researcher on women's football and gender inequality. Gabriela currently serves as player relations coordinator at the World Players Association. So you can see what an amazing panel we have for this last session. Kat, let me turn to you first. What would you say are the systemic factors in sports that cause abuse, violence, and harassment?
Thank you, Chidi, and thank you to all of the people behind me for inviting me here today. Thank you all for persevering. I know some of you are on day 2 of conferencing, so it's wonderful to see so many of you still here. So I think what's very clear is that we have a problem in sport. There's been a surge in prevalence studies. I won't repeat all of them to you here, but given the timing of this event, I will very briefly speak to one recent set of stats that came out of some work that I did with the Professional Footballers Association in Australia, and Erin Clout and Bo Bush, my colleagues, worked on this project. And I just want to give you one piece of information to bear in mind if you're going to watch the quarterfinals tonight. We tracked over 2 seasons of the A-League in Australia, the abuse, harassment and violence experienced by women elite players. And if I convert the stats to the players on the pitch at any given time, somewhere between 4 and 6 players out of those 22 women on the pitch experienced abuse, harassment, and other forms of violence in the course of playing in the Women's A-League in Australia, one of the more elite, well-developed leagues with a very strong player union. So that's just a little backdrop for you to reflect on. Now, the reality is all hierarchies in labour relations create power inequities, and power inequities are inevitably at the heart of violence and harassment. That's why we need unions. That's why we need social dialogue, and that's why we are here at the ILO today. But there are some particularities of sport, and I've grouped them effectively in 3 buckets. I think there are some around the mechanics of sport, there are some around the governance of sport, and there's some around elite cultures of sport. And I do want to recognise that in the sporting context, there are many others who experience violence and harassment. I will focus on elite athletes because it's the space I know best. So the reality is that that power inequity, that dynamic, exists in a really extreme form in elite sport, right? You have a pyramid structure, effectively, really big group of people wanting to become, for example, professional footballers, and each level up you go, you winnow through these gatekeepers who have an enormous amount of power and hold the dreams of young people in their hands. Risk factor number 1. The second is just the nature of how sport is played, particularly at an elite and competitive level. You're often isolated in small teams. You don't have access not only to friends and family, but also, for example, your own GP, your doctor. You would go to a club doctor, and you're traveling, you're away a lot of the time. And then thirdly, I think one of the mechanics of sport that make it a particular risk factor is around the subjectivity of selection. Again, if I take football as an example, playing someone out of position, whether they get selected, whether they start on the bench, etc. All of that lends itself so effectively to the pernicious grooming structures of abuse that it creates a perfect storm. So that's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2, I can speak to very briefly because Paulina from EU Athletes already mentioned it. The governance structure of sport is autonomously regulated. The specificities of how sport works says that it is justified in operating in a vacuum. Now, intentionally or unintentionally, there are consequences in a human rights space. For that, I agree fully with Paulina that when it comes to human rights, autonomous regulation is inappropriate. And I've been a human rights lawyer for over 20 years now. Where you have a lack of transparency, a lack of accountability, and a lack of diversity, you are creating the perfect precondition for violence and harassment, and you're creating the perfect precondition for that to be covered up and endure long after the event. So that insularity has also caused a prioritization of competition, of financial profit, and of reputation by many sports bodies. And the final piece I'll mention briefly, if I have time, Chidi, is elite sporting culture. And it's something that we don't talk about very frequently. But in reality, and Joe from Sky Sports mentioned this briefly, in women's sports, the default is men's sports, right? That's where we start, and then everything else kind of is a version of that. We heard that yesterday at the World Players event as well. There is now overwhelming research that makes it clear that certain forms of violence and harassment are prevailing because of masculine cultures in sport. In shorthand, win-at-all-cost mentalities. Mentalities where self-expression and emotion is discouraged and violence as a form of self-expression is accepted. I coach an adult men's semi-professional team. I was recently at a game, not any of my players, but the opposing team, someone got subbed off, they walked off the pitch and they kicked a bin about 20 yards across towards the fans. That would not happen in a normal workplace, right? That's unacceptable behavior. In football, that's perfectly okay. And then the locker room code of silence and this idea that what stays in your team, and this is also to some extent the case in individual sports, so I don't want to be too exclusive of that, has created many, many problems where abuse prevails. So you have a normalization of violence where it's overlooked. You also have a situation where it's so normalized that athletes believe that it is acceptable or even necessary for elite performance to be quote-unquote pushed. And then you have a built-in silencing mechanism because of this locker room code of silence. That means the perfect storm, so we really, really have to start thinking about structural changes and deep commitment if we want to tackle that.
Thank you so much for that, Kat. Really resonated what you just said about the peculiarities, of course, of the sport. But I think what you also highlighted touch on things that actually cross sectors, even though they manifest in this particular and rather extreme way, in sports. Lack of transparency, diversity, and accountability being perfect breeding grounds for violence and harassment, as you were saying. Kirsty, The IOC takes an evidence-based public health approach to tackling interpersonal violence. How does that align with some of the concerns that Kat just raised about sporting structures?
Thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be here today, and thank you so much, and to be indeed on this panel and talking about this topic, which is so incredibly important. And the IOC looks at addressing interpersonal violence, gender-based violence, violence against women and girls in many ways. And to start with, deeply respecting people's rights as stated within the Charter, which is also aligned with and includes core international human rights standards, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, ILO Fundamental Principles to Rights and Works. And central to this is the importance of physical and mental health to safety and security. We know that violence is endemic across society. And we know, and we've seen the prevalence rates and the statistics and the studies looking at how violence intersects within sporting cultures, where there is increased risk factors and where there can be some preventive factors. The approach that we take, being a public health approach and a human rights-based approach and an evidence-based approach, is recognizing that, okay, in order to address violence and harassment, we need to really understand how it manifests within the sporting context. And the public health approach also seeks us to recognize that this is, when we look at violence, we're looking not just at something that's happening to an individual, it is deeply interwoven within interpersonal, within systemic, within structural factors. And so a socio-ecological model of looking at violence is really important. A model looking at what are the enabling factors that allow violence to occur. How do we address violence across all settings? Because for us, what's really critically important, and for the last 10 years has been a fundamental and key priority for the IOC, is strengthening safe sporting cultures across the Olympic movement. But that Olympic movement is vast. So the evidence-based approach for us is really important. The evidence-based approach also then leads us to look at what we don't know. So for example, we've been looking at strengthening and working together with international federations at the international level to strengthen policies, procedures around safeguarding in sports. But policies and procedures don't protect people unless cultures change, unless the systems change, unless you look at systems thinking. At an international level as well, policies and procedures can only do so much if they're not going down into the local cultures and the local context. Violence and harm has to be addressed where it occurs. What does this mean? Well, again, if we go back to the public health and the evidence-based approach, intersecting always with our human rights approach, we look at these kind of 3 levels of prevention, so primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. So how do we create safer sporting cultures and environments at the local level and ensure that that goes all the way through the sporting context? How do we support early identification and intervention? Because this is key and critical. And how do we ensure survivor-centered, locally available care, guidance, and support? But all of these things, again, exist very differently in different cultures and contexts. Within sport, we can and must strengthen safeguarding systems. And we've seen a huge increase, particularly at the international level, on strengthening measures around safeguarding, and not just policies and procedures, but reporting mechanisms, allowing for anonymous reporting, etc. And we're tracking that. But again, how do we ensure that violence is prevented and addressed where it occurs on the ground? How do we ensure access to culturally and contextually available care, guidance, and support, for example? And that's one of the key things that we're doing in the Safe Sport Regional Hub initiative. So it's really trying to say, okay, we recognize that trauma-informed, for example, is fundamental. When we're looking at safe sporting cultures, we need to integrate trauma-informed guidance, access to care, guidance, and support, but also trauma-informed systems and structures and procedures. But what does trauma-informed mean? What does it really mean? What does it truly mean also to people that are impacted? Our human rights strategy also integrates the need to really consult with those that are impacted. So, for example, through the Safe Sport Regional Hub initiative, where we have 2 pilot hubs which are being developed in Southern Africa and the Pacific Islands, one of the key things is actually to engage with people with lived experience of violence and abuse in sport and understand what should have been different, how do we meaningfully engage with people with lived experience in those regions, in those cultures, in those contexts? How do we ensure that actually what we are trying to build is not something that just comes from the top down, a one-size-fits-all solution, which at the end of the day is not reflective of the local culture and reality, and not understanding that if we see violence as a systemic, deeply entrenched societal issue, if we reduce it to something that is easy to fix, we'll never fix it. So how do we really look at local level solutions which we can scale up? How do we move away from one-size-fits-all cultures, and how do we truly and meaningfully address violence as a systemic issue all the way through? So looking at recognizing enablers, minimalizing risk factors, etc. So this is one of the key reasons why we're taking this evidence-based human rights and public health approach. And I'd like to finally state that I am a true believer that we can safeguard in and through sport. We know that sport can also be a powerful prevention methodology. We know, it's been mentioned before about the intersections with discrimination and inequalities. It's been mentioned before about the abuse of power dynamics. It's been mentioned before about unbalanced gender ratios, how these are all enablers of violence, not just in sport, but across society. And I truly believe that if we get it right and we continue to work together, cross-sectorally, sport, civil society, public authorities working together to really look at transformative solutions to strengthening safeguarding, that we can strengthen safeguarding not just in sport, but also through sport and sport-based programs.
Thank you. Thanks so much for those insights, Kirsty. Love this approach to strengthening, your evidence-based solutions to violence and harassment, making sure that it's based on the real lived experiences of survivors or victims of violence and harassment. So important. And then the 3 levels of prevention that you mentioned. I think we're going to pick that up with you, Joanna. Kirsty talked about tertiary prevention, often called response and remedy. So could you tell us a bit about the challenges that athletes face in this stage, based, of course, on your own experiences or those of people you're supporting through the Athletes Network? And is your mic working okay? Or
yeah, it is working. So I just wanted to show my respect to all people with lived experience in the room, online, whether if you have disclosed it or not. I know that these conversations can be hard. I just wanted to reiterate that you're not alone, and we're going to continue to fight for our rights. So I think following on everything that has been shared, there's still a lack of knowledge of our own rights. And that's kind of like where my criticism to raising awareness come from. Like, what is the follow-up of that? You raise awareness and people understand that they have been harassed and abused. What comes next? There's also a lack of trust in the existing systems. Because, as Kat has shared, the sports system, it's so exclusive. The autonomy of sport is exacerbated to the point that athletes they end up not knowing where to go. They don't know about their rights, they don't know where to go. Additionally, there's also a problem with the lack of skills on the people who are dealing with cases of harassment and abuse, not just outside sport, but in the context of sport as well. There's loads of people coming from other integrity issues, such as anti-doping and match fixing. Those can be safeguarding issues. That's another conversation. But those regulatory bodies like WADR and many others, and the strict liability principle, they make us fear the system to a certain extent. Because they exist to protect the sport, to make sport clean. So it's not about protecting the people, it's about protecting the system. And when you're talking about harassment and abuse and disclosing an incident of harassment and abuse, it's the opposite. You need to create a space that it's safe, that people need to feel that they are being acknowledged and heard, and they are going to be directed and signposted to something that is healing to them. And the problem is that when we disclose an incident of harassment and abuse, we're exposing where sport has got it wrong. So that's where the resistance comes from. We're noticing, since we launched the network last year, and we already have members across 25 countries of people with lived experience wanting to be part of this community, there's a growing number of people reaching out to the network because they want to be heard, but they also want to understand what are the pathways to justice. And I think this is positive because it means that we are building trust within these people and building this important community. But there's the flip side of that, where a lot of sports governing bodies are referring these people to the network. And I think this is great because that's the collaboration that we need. However, whenever there's a lack of jurisdiction or lack of capacity, it doesn't negate the responsibility of governments and sports governing bodies to do something. And if you're signposting them to a group of not just the Athletes Network, but to unions and other survivor networks, it means that you see the benefit of it. So I think there are two ways. If you think there's benefit to what we're doing, I think it's important for you to understand your community and build something that is meaningful to that community. Maybe what we're doing can be seen as a good practice, maybe not. Or you need to start supporting those unions and those athletes network and survivor groups so they can build capacity so we don't leave anyone behind. And when I say anyone behind, we need to talk about those at high risk. And we're talking about women's sport, but we also need to talk about intersex people, and we need to talk about trans athletes. Because our feminism needs to make sure that we acknowledge everyone.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I was so busy scribbling down what you were saying. It's fascinating that you came to that before I finished my notes. It was very quick, but so much said in such few words. So thank you so much for that. And I think there's some threads that we're really seeing coming through the power dynamics in sport. Those stats that you outlined, just at the beginning there. Kat, 4 out of 6 players in your survey had 4 to 6. Wow.
4 to 6 on the pitch.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, that's even more alarming, I have to say, than what I had understood. And then, Joanna, there you just talked about the fear as well that people have of the systems, the lack of trust, which comes back to what you were saying, I think, also, Kirsty, about the importance of having that trauma-centered, victim-centered approach and really going down to levels where violence and harassment occurs and tackling it there. Which brings us to you, Gabby. And Gabby, of course, you have, unfortunately, very real and direct experience of the retaliation that players may face when they speak out. And the systems that Joanna was describing are just not there, not able to protect them. So can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank you for having the opportunity to speak and be amongst this great group of women on the stage. And correct you that I am no longer a professional player. I'm a former professional player. And I also don't know about being a leading scholar, but I'll take it. Yeah, I think this is a tough topic. And there's a few things I think that can play off quite nicely of what was discussed, especially in the prior session, of what Megan was speaking to, what Sarah was speaking to, and I think, first and foremost, I want to highlight that the issue of abuse and harassment is a workplace issue. It's an issue of health and safety. It's an issue of making sure that athletes, especially elite and professional athletes, are in a workplace environment where they can realize their sport, realize their craft under safe working conditions. And I think a big piece of this, obviously, is around collective bargaining, reiterating what Megan had said earlier, the importance of recognizing player voice in this, and the fact that there are a lot of other conditions within the working environment that contribute to having a safe working space. So, decent wages, access to different forms of remedy, even there's ways to bargain. I'm not a lawyer, but ways to bargain around dispute mechanisms that are, recognize the athlete's rights in that process. And I think there's also a piece around the professional requirements for the people that are working in the positions of power in the settings as well. I think going to Sarah's point about professionalizing, the expectation is on the athlete to be professional, but there's not an expectation on the governing bodies, not an expectation on the employers, not an expectation on the medical staff that is around the player, that is there to be protecting them, but is often the one that is actually letting them down. And so I think there's a lot that goes into this. And often these gatekeepers, as Kat mentioned, are the worst of the worst, right? They are, let into these spaces because, they're drawn to it. I think it's I don't know. I think abusers, they have an ability, obviously, to recognize potential victims and to be able to to groom the ones that they think are not going to speak out, to find the spaces that they can, infiltrate and be a part of. And, currently, if you're looking at keeping the best people working in women's sport, if they're not being paid properly or remunerated properly, I mean, why wouldn't they go and work in the men's game, or why wouldn't they work elsewhere? So I think there's quite a few things that go into that. In terms of the retaliation towards players, and there's a case that's ongoing in Argentina. In 2021, FIFPro represented a group of 5 players from Argentina who spoke up under the condition of anonymity, something that unfortunately wasn't respected by FIFA in the decision. They did decide to publish the initials of players. It was also very unclear what sort of investigation was carried out, if any. And despite these, the ethics committee that did carry out some sort of investigation had recommended a sanction for this coach. Like I said, 5 players spoke out against him for different instances of sexual harassment, different kinds of abuse. There were players who were minors at the time of the abuse as well. And then an adjudicatory committee made up of 3 men with absolutely no experience in dealing with these sorts of cases decided there was insufficient evidence to sanction this coach. And so it wasn't enough for this coach to, and then on top of that, based on the way the current systems are set up, the players had absolutely no way to appeal the decision. The coach was provided the opportunity to bring in extra evidence. He brought in, I don't know how many witnesses to say that he was a great guy, which of course, if you have people saying you're a great guy, it means you're incapable of having abused certain people. So I think that's the logic that he brought into it. But there was no chance for the victims to have any sort of way to question what had happened. And it wasn't enough for him to go in, silent into the night and say, okay, well, at least I sort of escaped this sanction. 4 years later, he sued a group of journalists who covered the case for defamation. And then now he's suing 4 of the 5 players that he assumes are the ones who made the complaint for defamation and for damages, for him not having his contract renewed, because he was at the time coaching the under 15 and under 17 national teams in Argentina, working with young girls and women. So I think there's a lot of things I think to unpack in this, but I think the fact is that the current systems, as Joanna indicated and as Kat has spoken to, are not suited for purpose. That athletes who are already in extremely vulnerable positions are made even more vulnerable. And when you go through things like this and you see players that are, have been brave enough to speak out, and then they're facing these sorts of reprisals, it just perpetuates the system, and it makes it even harder to get players to speak out, because yes, FIFPro received indications from FIFA that they could bring more evidence, but how do you bring more evidence? How do you convince players to say, yes, of course it's safe, yes, come, yes, tell us your stories of abuse, talk about the most difficult thing that you've gone through, expose yourself, and risk the possibility of that ruining your entire athletic career, especially when you're talking about, and I had heard cases of players within that group of minors in the national team who had potentially undergone situations that were, reportable, but how do you justify to them, yes, risk everything. I think that's what I'm about to say.
Thank you, Gabby. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And you're absolutely right about putting the expectation for action, for accountability where it belongs, and removing it from the shoulders of individuals, especially individuals who are experiencing or witnessing violence and harassment. And I think that links also to what you were saying, Joanna, about don't just signpost, but support, mechanisms that are capable of helping those who are experiencing or have experienced violence and harassment, and the importance of not leaving anyone behind. Can appreciate the very difficult experience that you've or are going through, Gabby. So again, thank you for sharing that with us. I'm going to ask my next question to both Kat and Joanna together. You've worked on the OHCHR project on improving working conditions and professional standards in women's domestic football across Europe. And I think, Gabby, you contributed as well to this. Could you give us some examples of the practical changes that sports should be making to ensure not only that abuse and harassment is minimized, but that we can adequately respond when abuse occurs and stop the sort of situations that we've been hearing described on the panel?
Thank you, and thank you both to Joanna and Gabby for such a powerful segue into this piece and to think a little bit about the change and how we move forward in practical ways. I think I have two simple terms. One is that we need to operationalize and then we need to fund things, right? So there's been a lot of talk around collective bargaining agreements. I would fully endorse that. I think that's one of the key modes when we're looking at workers in trying to protect them from the horrific suffering that they otherwise do. If we think about it initially from a preventative place, we've heard from Gabby how difficult it is when you have to speak out, how re-traumatizing the process can then be, and that's something I have to say I've heard over and over again. I've worked with hundreds of victims and survivors of abuse across different continents, different sporting disciplines. I have yet to encounter a single case where someone has gone through that process and felt believed and felt that they were safe and felt that they were heard and that they received an outcome or a remedy that allowed them to go forth and live their best life, right? So I think we are really at a crossroads here as a sector and as an industry. If we want to maintain any of our social license, this is the time that we have to act systemically. So I talked a bit about culture, and I've had this conversation with a couple of national federations around the world recently, talking about how we shift this culture from a place where there are toxic expectations from all different stakeholders on and off the pitch to somewhere where there is real psychological safety. And it's really interesting. I get quite a lot of pushback about how you actually do this in practice. And it's very simple. You can operationalize these things. You can attach KPIs. You can also insert those KPIs into collective bargaining agreements, right? And if you are a state, if you are working with individuals who either aren't professional athletes or not athletes, and you have now heard about the risks in the sporting sector, it is incumbent on states, and this is where ILO Convention 190 does a huge amount of good. It creates responsibilities for states to look at these moments and to ensure that everybody who is being funded, who's being given contracts, who is being given responsibility, is meeting these standards and changing cultures. And a top tip around that, and I'll go back to the Safe Football project from my work in Australia, and I think that Alex Colvin may have mentioned it. There were so many good speakers. Anyway, someone mentioned it earlier. Top tip, do it together with the players. We had a fascinating conversation with the players who contributed to some of the suggestions and outcomes. And one of the early suggestions they made is they said, we want to be able to praise good practice, and we want to be able to flag early on bad cultural practice before someone has to be harmed, before a coach has to be sacked. Let's have monthly anonymous meetings with our player development manager or a union representative where we can just do a temperature check on how things are faring in our environment early on. So there's lots of practical tips that we can do. We can talk about athlete education because there are cultural norms and expectations that exist. But Joanna is correct. What's the point in telling athletes about their rights if those rights, when they are asserting them, are falling into a black hole where there is a lack of remedy? So very briefly, Chidi, the Roadmap to Remedy project that you mentioned, Joanna worked on it, Gabby contributed it. This was the Centre for Sport and Human Rights who created this project. One of my colleagues, Dr. Daniela Hirt, was a huge contributor to this as well. And I just want to reference that. I know that we're short of time. It's on the Centre's website. There are a couple of different outputs that I think contain really useful practical tools. The first one I'm going to recommend, because there are a lot, is output 3, and it talks about what is remedy. So before we start trying to build systems and practices, let's try and get a little bit of clarity of what people want when they are alerting sports bodies to unsafe practices, right? And let's get away from this situation where victim survivors and whistleblowers are trying to create systemic change and sports bodies are entrenched and are trying to avoid liability. So that's the first one. I think there are some really useful, we talked about trauma-informed responses, and I know that the IOC is doing important work around cultural contextualization, but output 4 of the roadmap to remedy has quite a lot of detail on how to take a trauma-informed approach in different contexts. And then the big one that we got a lot of uptick for was safe investigations. And I think there's another resource, I'll mention it, which is the Ready to Respond resource from World Players Association. The 2 questions I get from people is, what do I do in that moment where someone speaks to me and tells me that something really bad has happened? Okay, how do I respond in that moment? And it's critical that you get that right. Ready to Respond helps you with that. And then the Roadmap to Remedy from the Centre for Sport and Human Rights on investigations talks you through all the individual steps. I want to plug those, because I know there's not time to go into the detail, but they're useful content. And Joanna, maybe you can briefly talk. I know that you want to talk about your work with the network. I'll say one other thing, if I may, Chidi, sorry. I said operationalize and fund. If you are going to piggyback off the trust that survivor organizations have developed, like the Athletes Network, and you recognize their value. We heard from Megan, trust is a verb, not a noun. This is constant labor on behalf of Joanna and her team. If you are going to, as a sports body, refer to any survivor organization, please fund them. Make sure that you are resourcing them, because the emotional and practical cost of the work that is done is huge. So the final plug is output 7, I think it's 7, no, 5 and 6 of the Roadmap to Remedy, which talks about safe, effective engagement with affected persons to co-create content, involve people, they want to build solutions, and pay them when you do it. Joanna, I think that's probably the right segue for you.
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Kat. So, so building on what Kat has said, Lisa Clevin has talked about fairness and integrity as something that is not abstract, and I absolutely love to, when we talk about something that is so sensitive like harassment and abuse, and I think on the practicalities of it. First, I think everyone agrees that impacted people, victim survivors, in any shape or form that these people identify themselves, they have always a role to play, whether it is on policy, on creating or improving reporting systems, research. There is a role for people with lived experience to play. And when this engagement is made, when it's rooted in psychological safety, starting from this place of kindness and care, understanding the impacts of trauma, it can be healing, and therefore it can be seen as a form of remedy. So that's sort of like what we're trying to do, is like walk the talk with the Athletes Network. And we've been doing this since the start. And then Gabby is a part of the network. She bears with me with my emails and like, Gabby, am I getting it right? What is it that I'm missing? But we started like from the needs assessment. And we heard today, like, if you want to best serve the people, ask the people. And that's what we did. We asked them, like, should we build a network? What should we do? What should we not do? What should we prioritize? And we did it in a trauma-informed way, co-creating with them. How we structure the governance of the network. One of the problems in sport is it's the hierarchical model of sport. So if you want to challenge that, you need to show by example that it's possible to do something different. So I do not lead the network. I facilitate the network with Gabby, with the other advisory council members, and with the members of the network. There is no leader. The leader is the purpose. How decisions are made. We do this collectively. How do we keep members informed? There's a lot of work that is not public. There's tons of work that is not public that we do through the network. So how we keep the members of the network informed. How to communicate to them when we're unable to support them. And as the network grows, there's more and more cases coming in. Like there was a day this past week that I had 3 people reaching out to me. And I'm someone with lived experience. I feel it, in my bones. And it's a horrible feeling when you are unable to support these people. So how do we communicate that? Gabby and I had a nice conversation about that. How to ensure when we do solidarity campaigns that we're amplifying their voices, not speaking on behalf of them. This is very different. And we need to be mindful of that and constantly reflect so you don't gatekeep the voices of these people. I think these are the points, and I'm cautious of time. So there are ways to do it, and we're literally trying to walk the talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you, and thank you, Joanna, for those are very powerful examples. I'm going to move, conscious of time, very swiftly on to you, Gabby, and I think we only have a few minutes before we move to Q&A. You've mentioned, Kat's mentioned unions. WPA and its members have played a huge part in making sports safer. So can you tell us a little bit about how you've accomplished that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's anyone better placed to represent athletes in these sort of cases than the unions that are there to protect their rights and to protect their working environment. So I think, you know, World Players itself has been engaging in a progress. I haven't personally been involved in it. Gigi Alford of our team was heading up the work, working with Kat on the Cases project, which was working to equip unions to deal with cases of abuse and to support players who do come forward. Kat referenced already the Professional Footballers Australia, the PFA, who've been doing amazing work in Australia. I'm based in Melbourne, and I will often go into their office and work from there a few days a week, and I can testify that that's probably one of the unions that, you know, really upholds the true purpose of a union, and that is to truly reflect the needs of its players and to be very, very close to what the players are asking for. And I think this project is interesting in that not only did they go out and they find out these things, it's sort of like what Joanna was going to. It's not just about going to find out. It's you then have to take steps that are going to change the situation. So like the PFA is about to implement a system that's going to enable players to flag early on these situations of not necessarily always abuse, like this, like things that are just could be a little bit off. You know, it could be anything ranging from, you know, our kit doesn't fit us like properly, and it's like we're not happy with this, or you know, or I don't know, my coach used this sort of language and I felt uncomfortable. You know, but having an outlet to have that information be going to the union first, and not only that, but also equipping the members, like the staff of the union, to be able to deal with these things. I think is also it's a really interesting project, and I think hopefully one that, you know, we can replicate across other unions, maybe starting in Australia and then moving on to other parts of the world. But I think particularly it all is well and good, and I think unions, we're doing what we can, and I think it's a continual process, and I think it goes only so far as to the point that I made about like FIFPro doing an amazing job in terms of representing the survivors that have come forward to them. But if the processes aren't in place to be able to enable those players to seek justice properly, then the unions can only do so much. It's just a matter of kind of containment, or, you know, giving maybe mental health support. But you also don't want to necessarily take your players on a journey to, you know, to re-traumatization, to the potential to expose them again to forms of retaliation, to risking their careers. So I think it's kind of a back and forth. But again, going to the heart of union work, which is organizing and bargaining, it's like really just being across what the players are experiencing and knowing and being in those locker rooms or the swimming pools or wherever, you know, your athletes are, and knowing kind of what are the key issues that they are facing, and being across it, and you have that, and building that trust with them so they do feel comfortable to say, hey, this didn't feel right, and then kind of maybe letting the union take a little bit of that weight off of their shoulders, but then also continuing to, at the bargaining table, push employers to do better.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and thank you again for stressing the importance of that collective action, collective power, collective bargaining, you know, this regulation and rebalancing of power dynamics that it plays as a role. Kirsty. And also, actually did want to thank you, Gabby, for underlying or underscoring that, you know, very often when we think about abuse and violence and harassment, we think about the things that are easily recognizable. And we tend to forget all these things that we may see as, you know, smaller or insignificant, but which actually are very, very much part of the story and need to be nipped and addressed very early on. So thank you also for that. Final question to you. We have some interesting questions in Q&A, so also very keen to get to those. But Kirsty, given all of these complexities that we've heard about and the huge diversity of the sports sector, what's the role of sports leadership in tackling abuse and harassment, and what examples can you give of, you know, effective action in that regard?
Yeah, and there's so much to say, right? There's so much to do and there's so much to say, and I think these conversations are so critical and so important. I completely agree. early recognition and intervention is critical and crucial. We also know that's really hard to do when you're talking about, for so many reasons, that's really, really difficult to do. That's why local capacity is critical. We have the Safeguarding Officer Certificate, which now has 343 graduates from 99 countries, but still there are barriers to having safeguarding officers in each organization. So the focal point course we've just launched, that seeks to have 1,600 focal points by the end of 2026. So really looking at how do we train an army of people who really understand how to develop and integrate, how to shift cultures towards safer sporting cultures, ones that really centralize safeguarding as a critical and key ethos, as part of the culture and the psyche of the organizations, working together with the champions around gender equality, around human rights, to really look at those structural challenges as well, and those structures and enablers of violence, and integrate, really implement and integrate safe sporting culture. So that local action is key and critical. And I did want to point out, I know I speak in, as we are wont to do in the Olympic movement, oftentimes I speak in acronyms, sometimes in riddles, and I mentioned the Safe Sport Regional Hub Initiative. I did want to flag this initiative, if you have not heard of it before. It relates to a 10 million fund by the IOC Executive Board, specifically to strengthen access to independent care, guidance and support at the local level. And so we're starting with 2 regional hubs in Southern Africa and the Pacific Islands, as I mentioned. But they're designed, and they're by the region for the region, really not doing a top-down approach, but really working together, civil society with public authorities, currently doing an extensive mapping and gap analysis. What are the psychosocial support services available? What's the legal aid networks that are available? So really mapping support structures available in those regions. And those systems are designed to be separate from sports bodies, to really, as it was mentioned, ensure access to care, guidance and support is there and available. At the same time, we need to then be working and continuing to work with the Olympic movement, and we're supporting them to strengthen safeguarding measures. So I've mentioned about the safeguarding officers, I've mentioned about the focal points, but you do need also that regulatory component as well. So we're currently going through a long and important consultation to develop the International Safe Sport Framework, which will harmonise standards on safeguarding in sport and be endorsed by the Olympic movement, and also highlight the distinct but complementary role and responsibility of states. And it was touched upon before, there is a lot that we must do and we are doing to strengthen policy within sport, but we can't change national law, we can't change the criminal justice system, we cannot change civil recourse systems, we can't change the health sectors and improve access to care and care guidance support for victims and survivors that happens outside of sport. So what can we do? We have to work together. We have to recognise what we can do and really work together. And that's where this collective action is really important. So the Safe Sport Framework is currently under development, and as is the international classification tool. So you may know of the ICVAC, the International Classification Tool for Violence Against Children. I believe we're the first sector that's developing a sport-specific version of that. And that's really important because we have to monitor, we have to understand. We know that violence and abuse are endemic societal issues across society. We've seen the prevalence rates in sport. We know always when we talk about violence and harassment, prevalence rates are underestimated. And it's really, really important then to be able to, so the classification tool is currently under development, as is going to be a unified response framework to improve decision-making around response, and a whole suite of trauma-informed approach guidelines, which again are going to be contextually developed. So for example, the development of a pool of trauma-informed investigators that operate around the hub system in each region. And those 2 hubs, I should mention, are going to be scaled. So that's a lot to say that the work that we're trying to do in the leadership is trying to recognize that we need to work top-down, bottom-up. We need to really look at strengthening cultures, integrating safe sporting cultures across the entire ecosystem. We're developing those normative frameworks, which are really, really important. And within our own direct sphere of influence, implementing measures to really protect athletes and their well-being. So for example, in Paris, we implemented the biggest ever, so far to date, AI system to protect athletes from online violence. And that was the amount of violence, and Kat mentioned it before, but the amount of online violence that athletes were experiencing during the games. You know, we're talking about 156,000 posts were flagged, and we had over 10,200 verified abusive posts, including criminal level threats of violence. But what was also really important for us is it wasn't just about detecting the violence and ensuring there was a mechanism to package that and send it to law enforcement. It's about recognizing that online violence causes real embodied harm. So those systems at the games were then integrated into our safeguarding systems, our mental health systems at games time to ensure anyone impacted had access to care, guidance and support. So I guess to try and wrap up, what's really important is a recognition of what safeguarding even means, addressing violence and harassment even means. Because even in this panel, we're trying to pack so much. And there is so much. There's the structural enablers, there's the contextualization, there's the trauma-informed, there's the normative frameworks, there's the capacity building, there's the education, there's discrimination and how that intersects. There is so much that we're trying to pack in and make it then also something that's accessible and useful. So it's really talking about having these conversations, collective action, working together, recognizing what does safe sporting cultures really mean, recognizing there is not a quick fix, and that everybody has a role to play, and that it's something that we need to continue to work on together. And so again, thank you for inviting me to be here.
Thank you so much,
The IOC.
Kirsty. Really incredibly important insights there. I'm going to move swiftly to the questions because I think we've got some very interesting questions that have come through on the Slido. I'm going to ask them all in one batch, and you can choose which one you would like to address in particular. So one question that's come through is concerning athletes with disabilities who are often treated unfairly and viewed as lesser participants, which increases their vulnerability to abuse and harassment, including the withdrawal of essential assistive devices. So we're being asked what steps are being taken to ensure that these abuses and harassment are reported, and I assume also dealt with externally. This goes back to questions of intersectionality, of course, and addressing them. So that's one. Second question is, what are the efforts that are underway to break down silos and develop comprehensive intersectional reporting and measurement frameworks across sectors? So quite a relationship between those two questions. And then this one, perhaps more directly for the IOC, but of course all panelists, safeguarding often lacks resources at the national level. But it's essential that it's grounded locally, as you have emphasized quite a few times, Kirsty. So it's being asked, how does the IOC ensure that national Olympic committees implement effective, legally aligned safeguarding measures? I think you've given us some insights. And can funding structures be used to require prevention mechanisms as a standard? So I think we have maybe about 10 minutes left to get through. 5. I was trying to stretch the time a little there, but they're not letting me, so 5 minutes.
Maybe I can just start on the last one. I mean, in terms of the National Olympic Committee, so we do have specific ring-fenced funding for National Olympic Committees around safeguarding with national level implications to strengthen safeguarding measures in the context of sport, but also, and I try and separate these two things because I really do want there to be an understanding that there's a difference between what we are doing also working together with Olympic movement stakeholders and the Hub Initiative, because that Hub Initiative for me is we have to recognize that has to be independent, not isolated, but independent from sport, and there's that collective action one. So we have funding for National Olympic Committees that they can access to strengthen safeguarding in their context. We also have our Olympism 365 program, which is the approach to address the SDGs through sport and sport-based programs, and that includes and centrally across the entire Olympism 365 ethos is the integration of safeguarding, and so that sport for development sector. So there's also programs and funding available to strengthen that on the national level, and similarly through the hubs. So we're having amazing conversations, which are really critically important conversations to break down those silos, and to say, for example, well, who in the country, for example, if you have a country that has an action plan towards addressing violence against children or violence against women and girls or improving gender equality, how is sport situated within that? How can we break down the silos and make sure that sport is considered as a pathway through that? And how can we, the other way around, also then ensure that we're strengthening the safeguarding within the context of sport from the grassroots to the national level, but again, building those partnerships, and that collaboration for me is critical. Again, going back to the point, we have to do that together.
Thank you so much, Kirsty. 3 minutes I think we have now. And I see that, Gabby and Joanna are ready.
You want to go? 3 minutes.
Just in terms of collaboration or breaking down the silos, I think I just want to say social dialogue, collective bargaining, reiterate the fact that a big part of creating safe working environments is paying the athletes, paying them decent wages. For a lot of players, competing at the Olympics is the peak of their career. A lot of female athletes, prize money is a big part of their annual wages. And being empowered and also having kind of financial independence is probably also a big piece of being able to feel comfortable in reporting and having the resources that you need. But I just wanted to mention that quick.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on the first question on athletes with disability. I think this is a very important topic. And when we talk about understanding that anyone can suffer interpersonal violence in the context of sport, we need to understand those who are at higher risk. And research shows us that. So within the network, we take a margin-seen approach. So we prioritize women and girls, LGBTI athletes, people with color, people with disability, people from the global south. And we do that we have one of the activities that we have is an emergency fund. So it's a one-time allowance of 2,000 Swiss francs that we send to victims and sub-survivors so we can support on their healing journeys. Of course, there's no sports governing body who is doing it, and we're a very small civil society organization. So when we have a lot of applications, we prioritize this group of people. So that's how we try to have an intersectional approach. Another way that we do is on solidarity campaigns. How do you pick and choose one case? Which case is more important than others? It's so hard. But let me just make a parallel here. Who here knows about the USA gymnastics case? Who knows about the Indian wrestlers case? It's very similar. Those cases they're very similar. It's power imbalances, it's decades of sexual abuse, it's lack of a system that is fit for purpose. So we've chosen to share the story of the Indian wrestlers. So that's how we kind of take this margin approach, if that makes sense.
It does, and thank you so much for that, Joanna. And thank you all. You've done an amazing job also for keeping to time. Maybe I'll just wrap up by, again, just saying everything that you've mentioned is actually addressed by Convention 190 and Recommendation 206. So they're incredibly powerful tools. This question about, power dynamics, about the peculiarities of certain sectors, about safe, trusted reporting mechanisms, protection from retaliation, for whistleblowers, who is accountable for what. Even online violence is addressed through that. Again, I guess just points to the fact of how useful and relevant these instruments can be to addressing all of the issues that we've discussed today. I'm sure that the audience will want to join me in thanking you for an amazing panel. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing and for sharing those insights.
Thank you so much, Chidi. That was an incredible panel. I know all of these incredible women personally and just amazing. Yes, please, yes. Sorry. We have come to the end of today's symposium, and I wanted to say a few words before I bring up the Assistant Director General of the ILO to make some closing remarks. I want to sincerely thank all of you for giving us your time, and our speakers, the moderators, the partners and participants both online and in person for the depth of insight, the spirit of collaboration, and the bold honesty, that you brought to this important dialogue. We've also heard today how far women's sport has come, and we've also seen clearly where there's much work that needs to be done. From athlete voice and fair working conditions to safe and inclusive environments and rights-based event hosting, this conversation does not and should not end here. It must continue in our workplaces, our institutions, and our communities. The path towards decent work and dignity in sport is not just a policy, it's a shared responsibility. And when we talk about the work that the center does, we talk about working in an ecosystem, right? So it's not pointing the finger at one actor and saying, you need to do this. All of us have a role to play in making change happen.
And we've talked about the role of states a little bit, some of the interventions. We've talked about the role of civil society, which is critical, the role of player unions, the role of sports governing bodies, the role of broadcasters, the role of sponsors, right? Everyone has a role to play. And a special note of thanks goes to the athletes. At the Center for Sport and Human Rights, the sport ecosystem that I mentioned, and it's, if you haven't seen it, it's a diagram that's on our website. It's been designed with people at the center of that ecosystem. And in the middle of that are the athletes who compete. And there's a reason for that. Power imbalances in sport and society are real. And we talk a lot about sort of the promise of sport and the reality of sport. And personally, I had a lot of the promise of sport delivered for me. But a lot of that's luck. And the reason why it was luck was I didn't meet somebody bad during my journey. And for a lot of athletes, the difference between the promise and reality of sport is very real. And so they persist across disciplines, regions, and levels of play. These imbalances can be addressed, however, but it's only possible if voice and agency are fully given to those who are practicing sport. It is through centering athlete experience that we move closer to a world of sport grounded in dignity, fairness, and fundamental rights. There's no way that we're going to talk about all of this without mentioning Caster Semenya. The last time we gathered here in Geneva, we had the privilege of hosting Caster and hearing her story, her fight for justice for herself and for others. In her reaction to the European Court of Human Rights decision last week, she reminded us that it is about putting athletes first, and it's about the protection of athletes. These are challenging times for multilateralism, but today's conversation has shown that progress is possible when we come together across sectors, regions, and perspectives. Meaningful engagement, respectful dialogue, and shared responsibility are not just ideals, they're actual tools to drive change, real, tangible change. So that's why the Center for Sport and Human Rights was established, and it is to convene, raise awareness, and build capacity for all of these different actors in the ecosystem to contribute to long-term change. It is, I'd also like to briefly say, before I bring up Manuela Tomei, is a sincere thank you to our interpreters today. I'm not sure that those working into English had much to do today, but certainly those into Spanish and into French. Thank you very much for all of your work. It is now my distinct pleasure to bring up Manuela Tomei, the Deputy Director General for Governance, Rights, and Dialogue, to offer some closing remarks. Manuela, it's lovely to see you again. Thank you so much for coming down.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I understand that there will be some cocktails as soon as I finish, so I do not want to stand in between, me and the cocktails. I have not had the time, unfortunately, to follow the discussion, but I've heard that this has been a very and truly inspiring half-day dialogue on issues which are extremely complex, and is the interlinkages between women's sports and decent work. And I would like also to express how delighted I am that the ILO has been able to host this conversation. I'm going to share with you some of the takeaways of this half-a-day dialogue, takeaways that have been prepared for me by my colleagues, but which I can definitely relate to. I understand that in the first panel you were dealing very much with the issue of the decent work challenges relating to a large sporting event, and somehow dealt with the whole ecosystem of sporting events. So it's not just focusing on the specific challenges that women athletes may be facing, but also all workers that are engaged in the different sectors, from hospitality to construction, transportation, services, that allow these events and tournaments to happen. So I think this sort of holistic approach and decent work applied across the whole spectrum is a very important insight. I understand also that the second panel was very much dealing with working conditions. We're focusing on working conditions of female athletes. Of course, this is an extremely complex topic because it covers a broad range of issues, from maternity protection to equal pay for work of equal value. This is one of the greatest challenges that I have also had the opportunity to deal with in the context of the Equal Pay International Coalition. Other major issues deal with the whole question of gender-specific occupational safety and health dimensions, as well as, of course, the very concept of gender itself. And while, of course, the solutions, the issues will be very much context-specific and including specific to the sport at hand, I believe, and this was one of the issues that was brought up by one of the panelists in this last panel, is that social dialogue, constant engagement, partnership, etc., is absolutely fundamental in terms of devising solutions that might be well-tailored to the issues at hand, that might be meaningful, well-tailored, and that may last, because they are legitimate, because they have been conceived and put in place by all the different actors involved. And of course, the very last issue and the very last panel has been dealing with violence and harassment in the world of work. I just got a glimpse of this exchange, but I think that besides the scourge of the issue and the fact that finally this scourge is actually coming up very, very prominently also in public media and reaching a public audience, there is quite a lot of initiatives that have been taken by the different actors involved, while highlighting all the challenges. I very much like this comprehensive approach, as Chidi King was highlighting, preventing violence and harassment in the world of work. Requires partnerships, requires a comprehensive and holistic approach, requires dealing not only with awareness raising, but also identifying and mapping what might be the potential risks which are associated with actually a sports event. As Chidi highlighted, we have an ILO convention, Convention 190, that deals with that particular issue. And I'm not going to repeat what Chidi said in terms of what is the approach and the scope of that convention, which I think is extremely useful and practical also for the issues that have been discussed today. But this is one of the fastest ratifying conventions in the past 20 years. So I think this is very important to bear in mind, because so far we have 50 countries that have ratified it. And ratifications means that these countries are open themselves to international scrutiny, and therefore you can invoke these conventions in those countries with a view to exert pressure in terms of demanding compliance with the obligations stemming from the convention. So I said that I was going to be very brief. I will therefore ending my remarks here by also telling you that in February we will have a tripartite event which will be dealing with sport and fundamental principles and rights at work for athletes. So all the insights and experiences that you have been sharing during this half day will definitely be taken into account in the course of the meeting. And thank you for your attention, and thank you for all your contributions and insights. Thank you.
Okay, there is a reception right now, Oliver, is that right?
Hosted by the Swiss, so thank you, Switzerland.
Hosted by the Swiss government, our friends at the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will meet again Tim, who we saw earlier today when we opened. Oliver, is there anything else that we need to mention?
After your drinks, please just return your badges to the box when you leave. Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's go have a well-deserved refreshment. Thank you, everyone.